A confirmation about the audio, please, guys, if the audio is clear and available. Thank you. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to the final sessions of geography. Now, here, before we initiate the discussion, I want you to take a moment and think about it that this is a kind of a culmination of a journey which we had initiated almost more than a month back. And we had initiated the discussion in November, in the first week of November, where at that point of time we had been initiating the discussion about the basics about what is planet Earth, how does planet Earth rotate, how is it that what are latitudes and longitudes. From that basic portion we had initiated, and over this due course of time, over a month and a half almost, we have basically covered the entirety of the portion with regards to what do we understand by earthquakes, volcanoes, the evolution of Earth, the various different types of processes which are unfolding across the land surfaces around us. What is it that plate tectonics refers to? What is going to be the future course of action when it comes to the movement of the land masses? Then we started again with the basics of the atmosphere, about the formation of the atmosphere. And we moved ahead to conquer some of the most conceptual and some of the most difficult concepts in climate. For example, rainfall patterns, for example, global climatic distribution, for example, tropical cyclones, jet streams, ENSO phenomena, Madden-Julian oscillation. Various different phenomena have been covered. Then we moved ahead into the portion of the oceans and oceanography, where we studied about the global currents in the oceans which prevail, which parts of the world experience what kind of ocean currents. And then we have been studying the portion of Indian geography, where not only have we been able to expose ourselves to the concept of physiography, the various different parts of the country, how did they come into existence, their features, India's climate, India's monsoon, which is in that matter one of the most complicated concepts in geography that you would ever come across. We have understood what do we mean by the various climatic variations from one part of the country to the other, the river systems of the country, their features, the different types of forests, soil conditions, and also the conditions of agriculture. Now, today, we are going to talk about minerals industries and the portion of population. Now, when we had initiated the discussion at that point of time, many of you had that kind of a reservation about this particular subject, that how are we going to cover this subject, if that subject is going to be comprehensible at all or not. And over a period of time, also by analyzing the level of questions that you guys have, the level of questions that you guys put up, we basically have been able to witness a tremendous amount of progress from many of you. But here, I would ask you to be very honest and let me know, is there any particular area or is that particular portion which has been understood? The entirety of geography, is it digestible now? It is not the case that in first reading itself you will be able to memorize and learn all of that. It is going to take a couple of revisions for you guys also. But then, till now, whatever has been your journey, has that been in a way something which you can think about as helpful for the examination? Or is there any portion that you find it to be still very, very difficult even after completion of the classes? Do let me know about that as we carry out today's discussion. Today marks the end of these discussions. On Saturday from 7:30 a.m. onwards, we shall have uh, another session, an extra session, where we shall be dealing separately with the portion of maps, and we shall be having the Q&A session on Saturday, where all the various different types of queries that you have had about the subject of geography, we shall be entertaining that. Any kind of query, any kind of question associated with the subject is going to be dealt in detail on Saturday. Now, here, basically, you have to be well versed with the fact that when we talk about the Q&A section and how to have the questions, so you have to send your questions to us at IAS Live, and you have to mail it to us, and those particular questions shall only be considered and taken for discussion on Saturday. So wherever you have these questions, in whichever portions you have these questions, be pinpointed in your question. Okay. And that is an approach I would suggest that you should follow even in your otherwise study. That wherever and whichever portion you find it difficult, for example, let's say you find that uh, climatic classification or tropical cyclones to be difficult. Now, in that case, immediately think about it, that which portion in this area is forming a difficulty, which particular topic in that. Let's suppose tropical cyclones. In tropical cyclones, what is not being understood? What is the exact area which is causing difficulty? If you are able to pinpoint that difficulty, many of the times you will be able to solve that issue on your own also. Or in that case, when we get in touch, it will be easier for us also to address your questions. So rather than having a question that I have a doubt in this entire chapter, obviously that entire chapter would not be repeated, and the for that you would have to look at the recorded videos. But for example, if you have an issue, let's suppose in jet streams and the formation of jet streams, that can still be solved. That why the formation of jet stream happens, in which portion is that problem happening. So if you are able to pinpoint those issues, so that is going to be helpful even for your preparation. Okay. Only climate classification is difficult. Okay, that is good. So climate classification will come after multiple revisions only. See, many of the times we have that expectation also, that I am studying this, I am attending the sessions, and I should be able to learn all of this by the end of the class. Right? But that does not happen. Nobody that I know of is able to study the entirety of Köppen classification and global climatic distribution and retain it just after first reading. It takes some time. It takes a couple of reiterations. It takes at least 2 to 3 revisions. And then when you revise the entire portion of, let's suppose, climatology, etc., then you will find it much easier to grasp the concepts taught previously. For example, think about it. When we had initiated the discussion about environment, many of you had the basic problems and the basic concept about why is it that air density is highest at the ground surface? Why is it that the atmosphere has such a property? From that, your level of questions has been elevated to which particular region receives rain in which particular season. So, that in itself, I'll take it as a positive, whether you take it as a positive or not. But that tells you that there has been progress, but it is up to you to keep up with that progress and to continue doing that work. If you leave this subject here itself, that okay, I've studied this, I will revise this in the month of April and then appear for the prelims examination, this is a subject which will run away from you, right? So just like in the case of polity, once you read it, unless until you revise it 4 times or 5 times, you will commit endless amount of mistakes in the test series. Similar is the case here also. The concepts, unless and until they are revised very frequently, these concepts have a tendency to run away from you. So that is why revision is a must. The first phase of this revision of the subject should ideally be carried out within the next 7 days. Whether you carry out revision from the recorded PPTs, the recorded lectures, or whether you carry out from the annotations of the PPT itself, or the pre-recorded lectures which are available to you. Use these sources available to you. Please don't be the collector of these resources, that I have all the recorded lectures, pre-recorded lectures, annotation PPT, I have put all of them in different folders, but then I will revise it at some point of time or the other. Don't do that. Try to finish the first phase of revision within the first 7 days. Second phase of revision should be completed by 5th or 10th of January at max. Around 15th of January, you should be able to complete the second stage of your revision. And then after that, in February, again pick up this subject for a brief duration of around 5 to 6 days. And then again go through the areas that you feel that you have really forgotten about. Now, if you carry out this scientific methodology, why I say scientific methodology is because your mind has a way of working, guys. Whatever you study, that will basically end up disappearing after around 10 to 14 days. So, within that duration, before the mind forgets, if you are able to carry out the process of revision, the retention will be very high. You will be able to retain a lot. Okay. So, kindly do that. Otherwise, let's suppose if you carry out the revision from this and you carry out the revision, pick up the revision in the month of February, it might take you well over 15 to 20 days, and many of the concepts by that point of time will be completely lost. So, when you come out of these sessions fresh and these memories are still fresh, that is a time when you hit the nail on the head, and that is when you basically cement these concepts. Because I do know many of you have struggled really hard in order to get a hold of this subject. So you have put a lot of energy as well. Many of you have gone for various different answer writing practices, etc. So don't let that energy go to waste. And something that I can see basically is that in most of the cases I have seen, the progress that you guys have made and also the level that you guys have reached, that is more than sufficient for you to compete this in this examination. You might end up committing few of the negative errors here and there, but please don't get disheartened by that. At this stage of your preparation, it would be a cardinal sin for you to basically be held back because of the issues and few of the negatives. Persevere, persist, and then you shall be able to prevail. And this entire examination is about perseverance. Perseverance, if you keep at it day after day, discipline, if you keep at it day after day. And I've seen in the classes also that those of you who have been regular in the class, who have actively been participating in the class, from our side, it might have happened that one or two questions of yours in one or two sessions might have remained unanswered. But overall, the effort has been even from the side of the subject matter experts, who largely are the unsung heroes of this entire particular game. We have always tried to address and prioritize your doubts. Yes, there has been slight delay here and there, but overall, the effort has been that if a larger doubt prevails, we cover that. That is why we have taken in the coverage of the subject also, while many of you kept on persisting that we should finish it much earlier, we should complete this portion of climatology much earlier. Why are we spending so much time on this subject? Are so many questions being asked from this particular topic, etc.? We have spent more than adequate time in the conceptual areas just to ensure that the concepts are cemented. And that cementing of the concepts is very much necessary, dear friends. And that is something you have to capitalize upon. Okay. Now, is there any test series for practice of? Or you have the prelims test series, which is going to be launched from 24th of December. You can appear for that, right? And Rohit, your classes have helped me a lot now. I'm able to solve questions. Good to know, Rohit. And as I said, many of you have already reached that level of proficiency. Akhilesh, I also attended the classes and PTS of geography last year, but one year I attended and revised, now I have become much more confident. So, confidence comes from the fact that if you are able to understand and recall, and the more you are able to revise, the confidence will come to you. Okay, so it is not a rocket science that we are studying here. Whenever you find any portion to be difficult, think about it. Whatever we are studying, most of it, almost all of it, is up till the level of class 12th NCRT. In few of the areas, I have lifted up the discussion, and I have tried to lift up the discussion to the level which is going to give you an advantage as compared to your competition. In many of the areas, we have done so. We have discussed many of the concepts that you will not find present in any of the books. For example, Madden-Julian oscillation, the details of Indian Ocean dipole, the phases of Madden-Julian oscillation. So those particular detailing that we have gone into about in Indian geography, the formation of the various different areas, about ocean stratification, the thermohaline circulation. Now the depth and the detail and the conceptual analysis that we have been into, that needs to be inculcated. You cannot let go of that advantage. Otherwise, there is nothing which is going to differentiate you from the rest of the population who will also be studying the same NCRTs, who will also be studying from the same materials. And here, the queries that you might have, that is it uh, is it sufficient to study only the PPTs plus ARMs? Is it sufficient only to study the NCRTs and not the PPTs? Whatever is your strategy is going to be sufficient. The PPTs plus the additional reading materials are going to be sufficient, plus the portion of current affairs. That is going to be more than sufficient. Okay. Again, I would reiterate, every year we have been analyzing the mains questions from the past 2 to 3 years, and or 3 to 4 years, and we have found the trend that out of 105 marks asked in geography in paper 1, and if you consider 50 marks being asked from agriculture in GS paper 3, overall, easily, out of this 150 marks, easily from the PPT itself, you can derive the source of close to around 130 marks of questions coming directly from the concepts and the discussions that we have had in the class. So if you have been regular in the class, you have not been one of those students who attends 4 sessions and then gives a break for 2 sessions, then again attends 2 sessions, then again gives a break for 1 session. If you have been regular enough, then you shouldn't face any difficulty come the time of the mains examination. The PPTs, the discussions plus the ARMs is going to be sufficient. Okay. Now, yes, I am able to figure out who attends the class, when, and how they frequently do they miss the class, regardless of the fact that whatever might be your preconceived notion that, okay, we joined the class after 3 days or 4 days. We do get an idea about that. So, and we are able to track that much more better than what you can think. We also are able to track when you are joining the class, when you are leaving the class, and again rejoining the class, which kind of questions you are asking. We are able to keep a due track of that, and that is how we eventually, we, and believe it or not, all of us, we do get together and we do have that discussion about the prospects of few of the candidates, and how we can expect few of the candidates to basically secure almost a double digit or single digit rank. So here also in this class also, we do have few of the candidates from whom we have great hopes that if the level of preparation is carried out as you are, then you have all the potential to not only clear this examination, but clear this examination with a flying colors of maybe a double digit rank. And if you accelerate your rate of preparation, or if you are able to have a consolidation of your strategy and your preparation, you shall also be able to secure a kind of a single digit or a top rank. So you have, few of you have that potential, and it is just about capitalizing. And the remaining of you who have not been that regular, who have basically attended this session as a kind of a duty, that okay, I have enrolled for this particular course, I have to wake up in the morning, I will sit through the class, I have to attend the class in the evening also, in the meanwhile I have to do my daily activities also. So They don't know how stressed I am. So already I'm giving so much time to the class, attending the class, sitting in the class. I'm giving so much amount of, I'm lending them a kind of a help. So if you have that kind of an approach, try to think about it, why you are here. Try to think about it, that you are here to clear this exam. The strategies that we have discussed, that what prelims is about, what factual questions you should end up ignoring, what kind of questions you should absolutely attack. Follow simply that aspect. And many of you, you have not, if let's suppose you have not attended a session, you simply go through the annotations of the PPT, and you kind of have an expectation that the entire concept should flow to you. So that does not happen. Go through the recorded lectures. It will take time. See, it is, if this was a preparation which could be done simply by flipping through a 30-page book or a 30-page notes, then why do you think people, even after doing masters from a particular area, people who have been preparing for 4 years, 5 years, they still find it difficult to clear this exam? So had this exam been so clear and so simple, that read this 30-page from each of the subject and you will be able to clear this exam, everybody would have been an IAS or an IPS officer. Think about it, the people who have come out from the elite institutions, even they find it difficult to clear the exam. Why? Because they are unable to be disciplined, they are unable to spend that much time in their life. So get those portions rectified. And if you have not been regular till now, analyze, is it really something that you want desperately in your life? So if you want anything to happen to you desperately, you will be able to achieve that only after you put in that required amount of effort. And that effort, if you put in, success will come. But for that, you have to be patient. Success doesn't come if you have studied for 4 days continuously and still I'm unable to solve questions. So 4 days, 5 days doesn't matter. From here onwards, right up till the moment that you are going to appear for the interview, you have to persevere. You have to put in the effort, because the end goal is so very sweet. The fruit at the end of the journey is going to be so very sweet that it is all going to be worth it, right? And also, in the entire sessions, we have basically been talking about what your approach should be, what your approach should be while handling any of the problems. Work on that approach. That will help you develop yourself as a well rounded personality. That is something that UPSC has been searching for. And trust me, in that case, when we say that this is important, this is not that important, we have been talking about this from an experience. You might have picked up few of the previous year questions, etc., a few of the questions randomly here and there for the past 30 days or 40 days. We have been doing this for quite some time now. We do know what kind of questions there is a probability to be asked. We do know which areas need to be focused upon, and which are the areas which once you study you will forget easily, which are the areas which you study once the concept of it, then that will help you understand. For example, when I say that read forest only after you studied climate, read soil only after you studied physiography, here also minerals, I would always say that study this only after you have studied physiography. Use these simple tricks and techniques, and trust me, you shall be in good hands. So, with that, we initiate the discussion for minerals and industries. And here, basically, we will be starting with the portions of what is relevant for the prelims and the mains, and then we will go into the population, settlement, and the basics of transportation, but that is going to be current affairs oriented. Now, here in the on Saturday from 7:30, we are going to have the mapping session, and that is going to be followed by the Q&A session. Okay. Now, for the portion of, no, tomorrow we won't have a geography class. Okay. So when we talk about minerals and industries in the prelims, here what is relevant is distribution of minerals, minerals, major ones. Then the aspect of location of industries, or that is not very relevant for the prelims, it is relevant for your mains examination. Then current affairs. For example, let's suppose in current affairs there has been a news about lithium being found in the region of Jammu Kashmir. All of you immediately will start rectifying that where in Jammu and Kashmir, Riyasi district, lithium has been found, it is found at this much depth, etc. UPSC is not that dumb that it will ask you straight away the question that lithium has been found recently in which of the regions. No. UPSC will ask you a detailed question. For example, in the prelims, obviously, that which is the lithium triangle in the world, right? For example, where else in India do you find the presence of lithium or the utilities of lithium? So you can have a question based on science and tech being asked from the fact just because lithium has been discovered in some part of the country. So always keep an eye on the portion of current affairs, the latest developments. That is going to help you significantly. And then in the mains examination, location of industries, concept of industrial zones, and industrial corridors. These are the portions which are oftentimes asked in the mains exam. Okay. Questions in subjective test covers almost every part of the syllabus. So can we practice writing these? Yes, that would be sufficient, Rohit. So now we initiate the discussion from the portion of minerals and industries. So when we talk about minerals, so minerals basically you would have studied it in your class 6th, 7th, or 8th standard chemistry, basic sciences, that you have metals, non-metals. You would have studied that. Similarly, when we talk about the classification of minerals, they are oftentimes classified into metallic minerals, non-metallic minerals, as well as the energy minerals. Metallic minerals are the ones which have certain properties. For example, they have a kind of a certain luster associated with them. Then, for example, when you hit them, they will give you a kind of a sonorous sound, a tin-like sound, for example, right? If you try to stretch them, they will be stretched in thin sheets without breaking easily, so that is malleability. So the metallic minerals, they are generally malleable, they are ductile. You can stretch out very thin and long wires out of it without them being broken into two. They are very good conductors of heat, electricity, etc. When we talk about non-metals, we basically refer to those which don't have that shine associated. They break very easily. They don't allow the conduction of electricity or heat. They are insulators, right? They, if you hammer them and try to basically spread them into thin sheets, they will rather break. So this is the case of metallic, non-metallic minerals. And energy minerals are those where if you, let's suppose, burn them, then you get energy as a result of that. For example, petroleum or crude oil. Now, crude oil and natural gas, there, if you carry out the combustion, you will get the case of significant amount of energy as a result of that. We have taken a look at the formation of petroleum and crude oil also in substantial amount of detail, right? Coal is something that we will look at today. Okay. So here, let us first of all concentrate upon where is it that you find these minerals. Minerals are found in different stretches and in different parts of the planet. So, in which areas do you find these minerals to be present? So, first of all, You can find the minerals in the igneous rock formations, metamorphic rock formations, in the sedimentary rock formations. You can find minerals as a result of placer deposits also. Many of the times, minerals are embedded in the rocks and they are exposed only after chemical weathering and chemical disintegration of that region takes place. So, that is how you get a hold of these. Many of the minerals are found at the base of the oceans also in the form of polymetallic nodules. So when we talk about where these minerals are found, so in igneous and metamorphic rocks, minerals may occur in cracks, crevices, faults, or joints. So what we talk about here, let's suppose you have a particular region of a particular rock. Okay. Now there you have, let's suppose, the existence of a kind of a crack or a fault line. Okay. It might happen that the minerals they get spread in that right at the time of its formation. Now this might appear to be very narrow as of now from your visual appearance, but this can stretch for many kilometers altogether, many meters in thickness, many kilometers in length. And this is where you build the mines to extract these minerals. Sometimes the minerals can also exist in the form of large clumps within the rocks, right at the time of formation. You can have these minerals to be formed in the case of large clumps. Let's suppose here. Okay. So, this is the case where, or this is how you will find the minerals within the rocks. These are what are also known as crevices, means large cracks. That is what is the meaning of crevices. So, these are what are known as veins. These are what we refer to as lodes. Okay. So we say that minerals in igneous and metamorphic rocks, they are found in the region of the veins and lodes, where you have few of the cracks, etc. And then in large clumps, you also end up finding these particular mineral deposits. So that is where, right at the time of its formation and even at the time of metamorphosis, these minerals end up concentrating in certain areas. Then in the case of the sedimentary rocks, a number of minerals they occur in the beds in between the various different layers, because we do know that as the process of sedimentation happens, as the process of sedimentation does take place here, let's suppose sedimentation basically means layer after layer of deposits, one layer after another, the deposits which have happened. Now, it might absolutely be possible that in between those layers, you have a larger clump of deposit of a certain kind, right? We have seen that iron ore, in many of the cases, can be found in sedimentary basins. We have also seen, for example, limestone can be found in the case of sedimentary basin. We have also seen that coal, for that matter, can be found in many of these sedimentary basins. So that is where the minerals are present embedded in these sedimentary layers. So, example, limestone, coal, iron ore, sometimes even oil, right? Petroleum. How is crude oil formed? In which areas do we have the formation of crude oil? Are we able to recall that? Good. In the region of shelves, wherever previously also historically. So even in those areas, it is not only that under marine regions only you will find them, but even in the areas which are above ground, simply it helps us understand that at some point of time or the other, that region would have been underwater. So marine species and their deposition and subsequent uh, layering of them has led to the formation of crude oil deposits as well. Now, in many of the cases, you will also find that, for example, when we talk about Chandrajyoti, remember we talked about the chemical sedimentary rocks, that sedimentary rocks which have a chemical origin, where we studied about the formation of limestone and iron ore. So that is the basic entire concept, where in shallow water regions you can have iron ore deposits also. Now here, when we talk about, let's suppose, a particular rock. Now it can also happen that within this you have a certain mineral which is found here. Okay, a certain kind of a mineral, a certain kind of a rock is to be found here. And if you have, let's suppose, uh, various different kinds of chemical processes and chemical disintegration and decomposition taking place, the top portion and the remaining portion gets removed off. Chemical disintegration happens, and the mineral portion that gets left behind, the chemical weathering. So, bauxite, for that matter, is the example of this particular mineral, right, which is found in this manner. Then you have the case of placer deposits. We have studied placer deposits earlier also. Where have we studied that? Are we able to recall that? No, submarine species, the marine animals. Yes, we had studied that in the portion of continental drift, right? So, what are placer deposits? Placer deposits are basically, if again I have to help you recall that. So, basically, if let's suppose in a particular highland or a plateau area, if a region is rich in a certain mineral, yeah, which is not very much soluble in water, and here you have the movement of a river which happens, or a stream which tends to flow. Now, if these minerals slowly and steadily, they will be plucked by the river or a glacier, and eventually, because they are insoluble in water, they get deposited somewhere very far off. The process which we later studied as the process of gradation, right? So these are your placer deposits. These are what are known as placer deposits. Okay, so that those are the placer deposits. Example, gold. Gold is one of those where you will have the gold is to be found in the form of placer deposits. Many of the rivers, for that matter, even in Chota Nagpur Plateau, historically have been well known for having the gold deposits amongst them. For example, Subarna Rekha, which originates close to the region of the Ranchi Plateau and the Ranchi Highlands. So in Jharkhand, Subarna Rekha eventually drains eastwards. So Subarna Rekha, the name in itself, basically means a golden line. So historically, that used to be the river where on the base of the river bed, you would find small amount of gold particles, and many people would actually be involved in that economic activity of collecting the sample and materials from the river bed, filtering it out and extracting the utilizable mineral out of them. So that is basically the case of minerals. Now, then you also find minerals at the depth of the oceans. For example, when we talk about the oceans, now oceans have got various different dissolved materials, various different dissolved salts. After some time, many of these salts they get together. Many of the salts they eventually will get together. As the salts they get together, they will form larger particles. And these larger particles then will get deposited at the ocean bed. So you will have rounded nodules, rounded pieces of accretion accumulation. So those are to be found in significant concentration at the ocean bed. Right. They will consist of iron, nickel, some parts of cobalt, lithium, boron, various different types of manganese, various different types of minerals. They get condensed and they basically get concretized to form these nodules. These are also what are referred to as polymetallic nodules. Polymetallic nodules, which basically ends up meaning that there are multiple different metals consisted in these particular nodules. So that is what is polymetallic nodules. Now, it is for the extraction of these nodules that various countries are interested in developing the technology to explore the deep ocean floor, right? Not many countries have that technology. Few of the countries have developed the technology to visit the ocean floor, the ocean bottom, but it is still not viable enough economically to be able to extract that at an economic cost and still make a profit at the end of it. Because the techniques and the technologies that we have till now, it is so expensive to hit the ocean floor that you can forget about extraction. So even if, let's suppose, you are extracting iron or nickel from the ocean floor, and if it takes you around $10,000 to basically bring one nodule back to the surface, and from that nodule all that you can make is $4 to $5. So the input cost of $10,000 for an output profit of $4 doesn't make sense at all. So that is why the various different countries, they are scampering to develop technology which can help them not only explore the ocean floor, but do that economically and in the foreseeable future extract the minerals from the ocean floor also, because the ocean floor consists many of the rare elements such as the presence of lithium, cobalt, chromium, manganese, etc., can be found to be present in the form of these polymetallic nodules. Now, when we talk about the mineral distribution in India, this is where we had started to talk about the portion, or this is where we had actually talked about the origin of different parts of the country. Now, here, when we talk about the origin of how the different areas of the country came into existence, we have talked about the fact that the older areas, the older plateau regions, the older hill areas, they are the ones, the older igneous metamorphic rocks, they are the ones where the top layer has been weathered and removed, and it is the bottom layers now which are now exposed. And that is why we get an abundance of minerals in these areas. So overall, you'll find that 11 states themselves, they account for around 90% of the total operational mines that we have in our country. And in our country, where is it that we will find the predominance of minerals? In the older areas. For example, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, parts of West Bengal, right? Then here also parts of Telangana. Telangana is very rich in minerals. Chhattisgarh, also eastern part of Madhya Pradesh, parts of Maharashtra, then the region of Karnataka, again a very old region. So the Chota Nagpur Plateau, the Bastar Plateau, Telangana Plateau, Karnataka Plateau, in the region here to the west of the Western Ghats, that is the Ratnagiri Goa section, the region around Aravalis, you'll find substantial amount of iron, for that matter, mica in that region. Some portions of Bundelkhand also. There, the older regions are where you will find a lot of these minerals. So these states, Jharkhand, Odisha, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Goa, Rajasthan, and some parts to the southmost portion of Uttar Pradesh. There you will find majority of these minerals. Other than that, energy minerals such as oil. Oil can also be found in the region of Gujarat, some portion of Rajasthan here, in the region of Assam Plains, Bombay High Continental Shelf area, Krishna Godavari Basin. So these are the regions where you will find. oil deposits also. So here we shall be taking a look at some of the major minerals and their distribution. Now, at the end of it, I understand many of you feel the urge that you have to learn it. So, at the end of the PPT, I have provided two different slides where I have written the minerals and the regions where they are found to be presented. I would still suggest to you take the help of the map and then locate these areas, or just have an overall idea that, okay, in this area, you'll find, let's suppose, sedimentary kind of minerals like kyanite, etc. You'll find them to be present in certain areas. So that is where have that approach, right? What has been derived from the portion of physiography. Physiography of India is the natural precursor to this particular portion. Okay. Now, here, remembering of states are enough, or should we have to remember districts also? What do you think? Remembering, will you be able to remember all the districts where the minerals are present? Will that be possible for you? First of all, where you might it might happen that you are extraordinarily gifted, that you will be able to learn all the districts also. But just as of now, have a clue why minerals are found in these areas, because these are the old plateau regions, right? So the states sufficient. Slowly and steadily, as you read the portion of current affairs, automatically you will be well versed with the portion of where is it that these minerals are found, where these active mines, etc., are to be found. That is what I told Vishwas, that basically these are the older plateau areas. Remember, we talked about the formation of the land, and we talked about which are the oldest landforms in India, Vishwas. Do let me know about that. So, while we were talking about the Peninsular Plateau, we discussed that in these older areas, you have the top portion which gets eroded away and weathered away, and the bottom portions of the rock formations which are rich in minerals, they are the ones where now these minerals are getting extracted. Not plateau. In plateau also, which is the oldest portion? Do let me know. Deccan traps are quite new. Deccan traps have been formed very recently, almost as recently, just prior to the formation of the Himalayas. The oldest areas. Yes. So, are we aware of that, Vishwas? No? Okay. So that is where I would direct you to the portion of the recordings. Do take a look at the recordings. Once you understand which are the oldest areas, we have discussed about the region of Chota Nagpur, Bastar, Karnataka Plateau, Aravalis amongst the oldest areas. That is why these are the regions which are rich in minerals, right? So try to, that is why I said physiography, and that is why I spent so much time on the origin of it. If you understand the origin of that, do go through the recordings of that, you will be able to recall. Now, when we talk about iron ore is one of those major minerals which always is considered to be the backbone of a country's development, because from iron ore you extract iron, and from that you end up manufacturing steel. And iron and steel is the backbone for any infrastructural development, be it construction of buildings, be it highways, railways, airports. For everything, you do require iron and steel in large amount. So that is why presence of good grade iron ore is always considered to be very, very important. Now, iron ore, depending upon the purity of iron which is present in that, iron ore is also divided and classified into various types. So you basically have magnetite, which is the purest form. Then you have hematite, where the iron content is around 60%. But then this is the one which is ideally used for industrial purposes. Magnetite is the purest one. So only for very specific purposes, such as conductors in electrical industry, that is where this purest grade of iron is used. Otherwise, hematite fits the bill for almost all the iron and steel that you see around you. Then you have limonite and siderite. Is that not the coal types? Okay. See, I understand it is early in the morning, but I won't be confusing you enough that I will tell you the types of coal in the portion of iron ore. So have some trust. So this is the variety of iron ore, the different types of iron ore depending upon the properties. Okay. Coal types that you are talking about, it is anthracite, bituminous, lignite, and peat. Okay. So here, iron and steel is the crux for industrial development in the country. And magnetite is the finest iron ore with very high content of iron up to 70%. Now, here, magnetite has got excellent electrical conduction and heat conduction properties. So, that is why valuable in the electrical industry. Magnetite in India is to be found in the region of Karnataka, in the region of Andhra Pradesh, in certain areas of Tamil Nadu, and also in some parts of the Aravalis. The, that is where we have the chemical sedimentary rocks, and also in the old igneous rock formations in Aravalis, you have the presence of magnetite there also. So here, India's magnetite resources, majority of them are located in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu. That is where majority of the iron ore resources are to be found. Here you don't have to learn the data pointers, the numbers associated. You don't have to learn that. You just need to have an overall perspective. Now, this is a grade of iron which is typically to be used for industrial purposes and industrial utilities. When we talk about iron, or rather, this is a grade of iron typically used for very specific purposes of conductors, in certain cases of bimetallic portions that you have in the electrical industry, in those areas. But when we talk about industrial usage, there hematite is the one which is used. So it is the one which has got the iron content of around 50 to 60%, which is slightly less than magnetite, but still enough amount of iron content. Now, hematite reserves in India are typically found in four different belts. One is the Jharkhand Odisha belt, that is the Singhbhum region of Jharkhand, which is Singhbhum region is amongst the oldest land areas across the country. So Singhbhum, Mayurbhanj area of Jharkhand. Then you have the Chhattisgarh Maharashtra belt, that is the Durg, Bastar, Chandrapur region in the area of eastern Maharashtra and in the region of southern Chhattisgarh. Then you have the Bellary, Chitradurg, Tumkuru belt in Karnataka. In Karnataka also, you'll find a good amount of this hematite reserves, Kudremukh reserves being one of the major reserves of iron ore at one place across the country. And then you also have iron which is present across the Ratnagiri Goa belt. So these are the four portions or the four regions of the country where you'll find lot of hematite reserves. So here, for example, Odisha Jharkhand belt, that is where in the region of Singhbhum, Mayurbhanj area. Then Durg Bastar Chandrapur belt, there also extending from southern Chhattisgarh to eastern Maharashtra. Okay. Chandrapur is one of those mineral rich areas where you will find coal deposits also, where you will find iron deposits also, just like the case of Odisha and Jharkhand. There you will find. So that is why thermal power plants and many of the industries are situated in the region of Chandrapur. Then you have Ballari, Chitradurg, Chikmagalur, Tumkur belt. Now, you would have heard about, those of you particularly belonging from this area would have heard about the very infamous Ballari brothers, who basically minted a huge fortune based upon this iron ore mining. So this is a region of very significant amount of, so around the region of Bhadra River. Remember when we were talking about river Tungabhadra, I told you that around the region of river Bhadra, so you have the tiger reserve also in that area, densely forested. You will also have the presence of dense forest and iron reserves. So it is in that region that you will find iron. Okay, so Ballari is, again, all the many of these areas are virtually well known. And again, those of you living from these areas would be well versed with the stories of this, that it is well known for a lot of mining mafias, something that even Odisha specializes in. Odisha, Jharkhand, even Chhattisgarh, some part of it specializes in those mining mafias who have real control over the land in these areas, and illegal mining takes place in large quantities, large amounts. And that is one of the challenge that the government has, because every year the government, both at the state and the central level, they end up losing millions of dollars worth of revenues at the hands of these mining mafias. Majority of these mining mafias, they are well politically backed up, so that is why they basically are insulated from any of the actions. But this is where a lot of illegal mining takes place, and so is the case with the Ratnagiri Goa belt. Ratnagiri Goa belt, if you ever go to the region around Goa, I understand that at that point of time, the priorities in life become different. When you reach in Goa or when you land in Goa, the priorities in life simply become different. But if ever you get that time to observe your surroundings, you will observe that kind of reddish soil all around, right? And that reddish soil is the one which has got a lot of iron. And there also a lot of illegal iron mining used to happen. And they would cut the pristine Western Ghats, the eco-sensitive areas of Western Ghats. That is where, when the Kasturi Rangan committee came and was set up, and the Kasturi Rangan report eventually said that if we continue doing that in the region of Western Ghats, the entire biodiversity in the Western Ghats will get destroyed. And that is where the court imposed a ban on mining in these areas. Ever since the court has imposed the ban on mining in these areas, it has led to a lot of discontent, unemployment also, because many of them would be involved in this process. But at the same time, the positive side of it is it has led to restoration of some of the portions of that critical ecosystem, right? Now, after this, we come to the portion of the mineral, that is manganese. Okay, these belts are also part of the red corridor, Naxal corridor. Yes. Iron generally cannot be extracted from soil, Rishika, but where you will have the presence of iron and rich amount of iron, the soil generally turns out to be reddish. So you do know that there will be iron ore reserves somewhere in that region also. Not to say that everywhere where there is a red soil you will have iron, but then iron deposits, but in certain regions that is generally the case. Now, when we talk about, that is why Rashmanjali, I told you that it is not the case that everywhere you find the red soil you will find iron. When we say manganese, manganese is an important mineral which is very much utilized for the production of steel, iron, and its melting and its conversion into steel. For that, manganese is very much utilized and put to use. It is also used for manufacturing of paints, varnishes, and other items. So they are used for the manufacturing of steel and ferromanganese alloy. Nearly 10 kg of manganese is used when if you have to produce 1 ton of steel. Again, observe the trend. The regions where you will find a lot of these manganese reserves and resources are where they will be found in Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, eastern part generally, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Jharkhand, Goa. These are the areas where even manganese will be found. This is why when we talk about iron and steel industries, iron and steel industries traditionally and typically would be located in those areas where you have the availability. of manganese also, where you have the availability of iron ore also. That is why majority of the iron and steel plants in the country, be it the case of Raurkela, be it the case of Bhilai, be it the case of Bokaro, be it majority of them, Durgapur, majority of the iron and steel in the eastern India, you'll find this is the area where you'll be able to find iron ore also, manganese also, because these are bulky materials, bulky raw materials that you need to carry in, and then you will extract some amount of iron out of it. So that is where this also tends to form the location of these industries also. Okay, then you have aluminium. Aluminium is one of those minerals which has got significant amount of benefit and qualities, in the sense that aluminium is very strong, but at the same time it is very light as well. So it does not break easily, but is not heavy either. So it will give you the strength of iron without the heaviness of iron, right? So that is why it is used in a variety of industries. From, let's suppose, when we talk about industries such as if we talk about, let's suppose, automobile industry, aircraft industry, in all these, where lightweight at the same time strength is a quality that you need, aluminium is an important raw material. Aluminium is an important component for that. So that is why aluminium is very much a prized element. Now, this is an element which has got the significant property of a metal where, if you hammer it out, you can spread it into very thin sheets without breaking. So it is malleable, right? Malleability and ductility, I hope we are aware about. Malleable and ductile. Malleable means hammer it out into thin sheets, it will end up forming very thin sheets without breaking. For example, aluminium foils that you use. What are these aluminium foils? Very thin, very, very thin, right? So that is very stretched out portion. Similarly, ductility means you are able to stretch out very long aluminium, copper wires, etc., and they don't break immediately. So that is ductility. Okay, so aluminium is malleable, ductile, and at the same time, it is good conductor of heat, electricity also, which makes it utilizable in other industries. Now, aluminium is extracted from bauxite. Now, from bauxite, in the process of formation, you first of all form alumina, which is that whitish powdery substance, and then you go for the reduction process, and then eventually aluminium is extracted. Aluminium in India is to be found in the regions of Tamil Nadu, in areas of Madhya Pradesh, in certain areas to the northeastern part of the Vindhyas, in that is in the Renukot region of eastern Uttar Pradesh. These are the areas where you find aluminium. So from bauxite, a clay-like substance, that alumina and later aluminium is obtained. So they are mostly found in the region of Amarkantak, Maikal Hills in the central India, and Bilaspur Katni region of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. Other than that, this is the region or the stretch of aluminium deposit. Here also you'll find aluminium deposit. Here also some amount of aluminium deposit. So again, those typical expected areas, which are the older regions of the country, that is where aluminium deposits are to be found. So Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, the Simandra region, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, these are the areas of aluminium deposits. Then comes copper. Now, copper is very important for electrification, for general utility manufacturing. Copper is important, and copper in this subcontinent has been used, is being used for millennia, for thousands of years. You would have studied in ancient history about the Bronze Age. Now, for you would be aware that for manufacturing of bronze, copper is an important raw material. So think about it. More than around 2500 or 3000 years back, people of the subcontinent were using copper. Now, the metallurgical analysis of the copper used at that point of time basically gives us an idea that the copper used at that point of time would generally be extracted either from the Khetri mines of Rajasthan or from the region of Hazaribagh mines in Jharkhand. So that is where copper is being extracted. But India doesn't have sufficient quantity of copper. India is deficient in the amount of copper. For example, yesterday itself, in the reply to a question in Parliament, the government said that this year we ended up importing copper worth around 30,000 crores. So we do not have enough copper reserves, and we do not even have enough smelting plants for copper also. With the shutting down of the Sterlite plant in Tamil Nadu, that problem has been exaggerated further. So as that plant got shut down because of the health hazards and the health issues that it would be causing in the surrounding areas, that basically provided an opportunity to the Chinese manufacturers to venture in. And immediately after that, you could see that the Chinese imports into India for copper has been ever so increasing. But there, we don't have much of a choice. Generally, the public sentiment was so much against it that it was politically unwise by anyone to revive that plant. Even if you would have imposed the strictest of the penalties, people wanted that copper plant to shut down, but that ended up benefiting someone else eventually. Now, why we don't have an alternative? Because as we are seeking a path of faster development, we do require more amount of energy, electrical energy, and that energy would require the usage of copper. Electrical industry is one of those industries where the utility of copper is very high, where the need of copper utilization is extraordinarily high. So that is why when we talk about copper here, not only in terms of its utility, but also the utilization aspect of it, and the let's suppose electrification of all 24 hours electrical supply, copper is going to be required in the coming decades. More copper is going to be required. That is where we have to handle it with care, because we are again import dependent in this case. So India is critically deficient in copper reserve and production of copper. It is also malleable, ductile, and is a good conductor. It is mainly used in electrical cables, electronics, and also chemical industries. Now, here, Balaghat mines in Madhya Pradesh, the Khetri mines in Rajasthan, Singhbhum region of Jharkhand, these are the leading producers of copper. Rajasthan, here, the copper reserve is very high. So think about it. The ore is close to around 668.5 million tons. This gives you an idea about the ore and what is the mineral extracted out of it. So let's assume you have 669 million tons of ore in Rajasthan, estimated presence. Out of this, 4 tons of copper is present. Okay, so this is the extractable amount. So basically, whenever you have a decision that you have a mineral present in an area, whether you go for mining or not, it is always based upon these parameters. That, for example, to filter out this much amount of impurity to get that mineral eventually, will that be a profitable business, or is that a venture which is worth risk taking or not? So that is basically the case of the mineral presence. Okay, now, only if it is profitable, economically viable, only then after that, that mineral exploration and exploitation is carried out. Now, then you have limestone. Limestone again is a kind of a chemical sedimentary rock formation. So observe here, it exists in the kind of layers. Okay. Now limestone is again formed. How? How is limestone formed? We have discussed about it. Do let me know. The queries that you have, SMEs will be getting back to you. Don't worry. Yes. sedimentation of marine organisms. That leads to formation of sedimentation of the calcium shells, even for example corals. When they eventually have that deposition over them, that leads to the formation of limestone. So when we talk about this limestone here, they are formed as a result, as a consequence of this process of sedimentation. So the regions of limestone present today, historically, at some point of time or the other in geological history of that region, it would have remained underwater, under shallow seas. This is one of the evidence. The presence of limestone in the region of Himalayas is one of the evidences which indicates to us that the Tethyan sea floor would have been uplifted. So limestone regions have historically at one point of time or the other been underwater. Now in India, where do you find that limestone to be present? Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, some parts of Andhra Pradesh, in regions of Rajasthan, you'll find the presence of limestone. Now, limestone is rich in calcium and magnesium carbonate. Calcium and magnesium carbonate means they have a binding property. Calcium carbonate binds very easily. So, limestone forms a very important raw material, particularly in the cement industry. In the cement industry, limestone is of particular utilization, an important raw material. Then, even when we talk about, and because it is a non-metal, it is not a conductor of heat, it is a very good insulator. It has got a very good thermal tolerance also. That is why when you have blast furnaces, in the large blast furnaces of where iron ore smelting, etc., is done, in these large blast furnaces, the linings of it, the lining of it is done with the help of limestone. Okay, you have that limestone walls, the limestone bricks that is used to form the walls of the blast furnace. So that is where limestone is put to significant use. So it is found in association with rocks composed of calcium carbonates or calcium and magnesium carbonates in general, found in sedimentary rocks of most geological formations. It is the basic raw material for cement industry, essential for smelting of iron ore in the blast furnace, where limestone bricks are used to line the blast furnaces. And Karnataka is the leading state, followed by Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Meghalaya, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, even Uttarakhand, Maharashtra. Another important non-metal which gains significant amount of utility, particularly in the electrical industry, because it is a very good insulator. That is mica. Now, mica is again one of those non-metals, which is a good insulator. It does not allow the passage of heat or electricity to happen, and it basically resists that movement. So mica generally exists in the form of very thin sheets arranged together. That is how they appear in large clumps in the form of sheet like format, or they can appear in chunk like format also, but mostly in the form of sheet like format. For example, here you observe, I hope you will be able to observe these tiny thin sheets, very very thin sheets. Okay, now, this is a material which has got a very good dielectric strength. That means it can hold that charge, large amount of charge within itself, without the material disintegrating, without the material getting broken into two. So that is the property of mica. So it is a mineral made up of series of plates or leaves. It splits easily into thin sheets, and due to its excellent dielectric strength, low power loss factor, insulating properties, and resistance to high voltage, mica is used as in various electrical and electronic industry. For example, you have breakers, circuit breakers, current transformers. In all of these, you have the utility of mica. For capacitor manufacturing, mica is one of those traditional method or traditional kind of elements and materials which are used. Now, mica is extracted from the pegmatite ores. And pegmatite ores in large quantity will be found in the region around the Aravallis, that is in the region of Rajasthan, Okay, around the region of Ajmer, Pushkar, if you just simply drive around that area, you will observe the kind of in certain portions you will find that mica which is exposed. So that mica is present in large quantities there. Then in Jharkhand, portions of Bihar, that is where also a lot of mica deposits are to be found. So here, mica bearing pegmatite ore occur in Andhra Pradesh, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Bihar, and Rajasthan. Rajasthan accounts for almost half of the overall mica resources, followed by Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Bihar. So that is the case of mica. Now, if we take a look at one of the energy minerals, we do know about the crude oil. We do know, I hope by now you do know where crude oil is present in the country, how crude oil is formed. We do know that we are deficient in the formation of and the presence of crude oil. But one of the energy minerals which has been in use for a long time in our country, which has been mined for a long time in our country, that is coal. Now, coal, how is coal formed? When we talk about coal, how is coal as a mineral formed or how is that created? So, coal is formed as a result of the sedimentation of the large trees, right? If at one go you have significant amount of sedimentary deposit of many of these trees, and then on top of that you have various other deposits that binds the trees, so there you have that entire compression, and in the presence of heat, the trees, the wood of those trees, while the leaves etc they will get decomposed easily, the wood of the trees, when they are dumped in large bulk, that is when they get compressed to eventually go for carbon enrichment. Because I hope we are aware that all the plants, all the animal life that we have, everything is based on carbon, right? Carbon is a significant quantity which is dominated there. So the carbon in that wood, that starts getting concentrated, a process which is also known as carbonification. Carbonification. So in this process of carbonification, what happens? You have various different trees, etc. Over they get deposited. And on top of that, there is compression. Now, over a period of time, wood gets converted, or the carbon in the wood gets concentrated. In wood gets concentrated. It starts getting concentrated. Okay. Now, greater the time which is taken for that entire carbonification, greater the time that this region undergoes compression, more will be the carbon enrichment, isn't it? So, greater or earlier, if the carbonification was initiated, let's suppose 350 million years back, then by this point of time, the carbon enrichment would have been quite significant, quite large also. Okay, so that is why you will find that in areas where the process of carbonification was initiated around 300 million years ago or 350 million years ago, the kind of or the variety of coal is of much better grade. Okay, that is a much better grade of coal. Now, coal also, in terms of its amount of carbon present, the quality differs. If the carbon amount is very high in coal, that is the best variety of coal, because coal is used. Why? Coal is basically used as an energy source, energy fuel. You burn coal, you get heat. So if carbon is much more heat will be produced. But let's suppose you have woody material which is still present. Let's suppose you have lot of moisture, lot of various sulfates, nitrates, etc., which are embedded within that. Then you burn coal, smoke will be huge. Smoke erupted will be huge. The heat produced will be less. So, based on the carbon content, you have the classification of carbon into or coal into anthracite, bituminous, lignite, and peat. So here, carbon content decreases as you move here, with anthracite being the purest form. Anthracite can contain carbon up till the range of around 90 to 95% of carbon will be present in anthracite. Okay, so almost pure form of carbon. So when you burn anthracite, it will give you that bluish kind of a flame without much of a smoke, and that will produce a lot of heat. Okay, but for general industrial purposes, bituminous is the one which is used. Now, peat is the one where the conversion of wood to coal has not been completed yet. So it will still have that layered format. So you will find, if you have seen various different varieties of coal, some of that coal will give you a black stone kind of an appearance. It will give you an absolute black stone kind of that is anthracite bituminous. But some of that coal will give you that brownish appearance, where if you break it, it will disintegrate into layers. So that is your peat, where that woody characteristic is still present, and where if you burn it, energy is less, smoke is more. In India, mostly you find the presence of bituminous. Bituminous is the one which is generally found, which is mostly to be found. And why is that the case? Because in India, carbonification process mostly has been initiated around 200 million years back, particularly in the Mahanadi, Damodar River Valley, the Rift Valley region, then in the region of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, the Mahanadi River Valley region, then the Gondwana belts in the area of Godavari, Krishna River Basin, in some portions in the stretches of Madhya Pradesh. So that is where that fossilization and that eventual carbonification in India began at that point of time. But the problem of coal in India is that it has got high sulfur content, and it is not very significantly going to provide you much amount of energy. It has got a high amount of ash content. So ash impurities are very high. So ash generated will be very high. Heat won't be very high. But if you go to, let's suppose, the Appalachians in the region of US, if you go to the region of Indonesia, Australia, some parts of South Africa, there you will find a lot of anthracite deposits. Now, because the content or the type of coal in India is not very good a grade, that is why India, despite having very large bituminous deposits, it still ends up importing coal from Australia, from Indonesia, from South Africa, and so on. Anthracite is also found in India, by the way. Anthracite is found in certain stretches across Pir Panjal area of Jammu Kashmir. But there, the presence of anthracite is largely attributed to the high degree of compression that the region has experienced, which has basically accelerated that rate of carbonification. Okay. Now, here we talk about the classification of coal based upon the carbon content. So, anthracite, best grade of coal, which has almost around 90 to 95%, very little amount of vapor, very little amount of impurities, means heat produced is very high. It ignites very slowly with a kind of a bluish flame, lot of heat is emitted, and has got the highest calorific value, found in very small quantities in the region of Jammu Kashmir. But for industrial purposes, you have the bituminous coal. Now, bituminous, 60 to 80% of carbon content, very low level of moisture content, and has got a high calorific value, found in Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and the portion of Madhya Pradesh. That is where bituminous is to be found. Bituminous is present. Then, lignite, brown in color, only around 40 to 45% of carbon. Now, it is the intermediate stage during the conversion of that wood to coal. It is found to be present in that intermediate stage. High amount of moisture content, so gives a lot of smoke. So in the region around Tamil Nadu, around the area of Neyveli, Lakhimpur area around Assam, Rajasthan, where older carbonification or carbonification has happened earlier. So that is where lignite. So this lignite and peat mostly used for mostly used in small scale industries and for domestic purposes, where high efficiency is not required. So that is the case of lignite. Okay. Now, peat has less than 40% of carbon content. It is in the first stage of transformation from wood to coal. So that is why it will still give you that woody appearance, that layered format, and it will also be a bit brownish in color. This is where a lot of, in a way, again, a lot of illegal activities take place, where you will find that, particularly in the coal rich areas, something that you will observe around Jharkhand, Odisha, and even in certain parts across Maharashtra, you will observe that from the mines, the uh, trains are loaded up. You have large number of wagons of goods trains which are loaded up. They are loaded up with bituminous and good grade coal, which should be used for electricity generation, etc. But as these trains they come out, the details of them are given to some of the mafias. Details are given obviously by the mining officials, the Coal India officials, and then they simply end up emptying some of the two or three bogies of this good grade coal, or sometimes even half of the bogies of the good grade coal, and they replace it with the kind of peat and lignite. So by the time that it reaches the eventual destination, nobody is able to figure out mostly that the grade of coal is so very bad. It is only when it has to be put for industrial use that that realization happens, and that is when majority of the industries, they simply cannot use that bad grade and they end up importing that. So coal industry and coal mafia in the country has made such humongous amounts of money over the past. One of the reasons why in our country coal production is not very efficient. If you have a kind of a general analysis, you'll find that, and those of you living in the coal mining areas would already be well versed with the fact that you have various different Australian mining companies which have a good specialty in mining activities. Now, they are able to, just as a point of reference, as an example, I'll give you. Now, many of those mining companies, they will give you an estimate that for extraction of, let's suppose, 1 ton of coal, I would take $100. That will be my mining expenditure. But if you take a look at the expenditure or the uh, amount of money that Coal India invests, including the leakages, it is almost twice or thrice or four times that price. So, if everything would have been very crystal clear and transparently done, then the situation of coal sufficiency in our country would have been very, very different. But then this is a region which is, this is one of those minerals historically, which has been plagued with significant amount of inefficiencies, corruption, and also red tapeism is something which is very apparent in that sector. Now, then we come to the classification of coal based upon the age of this coal. So, as I told you, older the coal formation, better is the variety of coal. Older the coal formation, more is the carbon content in that coal. So, here when we say that the time period, based upon time period, coal is classified in our country into two types. You have the Gondwana variety, where the carbonification process was initiated around 200 million years back. So obviously, this will be observed, or this will be found in the older areas of the country. And then you have the tertiary grade coal, where the carbonification was initiated quite recently, around 40, 50 million years back. That is when the process of carbonification was initiated. So here, when we talk about the Gondwana coal deposits, they are about 200 million years old. So typically in the region of Damodar Valley, in the region of Mahanadi, Godavari, Son, Wardha Valley. So wherever you have the so-called Gondwana grade rocks, you'll find that coal. Bokaro, Dhanbad, right? Then the area of Raniganj in West Bengal used to be very good regions for the production of coal, but in the region of Raniganj, you have the entirety of that coal, which has now been extracted almost. So only rat hole miners they operate in that area, but otherwise Raniganj coal fields virtually they don't produce that much amount of coal anymore. Okay, it has almost been emptied out. Then you have tertiary coal deposits. Tertiary coal deposits, where the deposition and the coal formation was initiated only around 55 million years ago. And they are found in northeastern states, basically of Meghalaya, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and Nagaland. That is basically the case of the tertiary coal deposits. Now, here, because again, rat hole mining was in discussion. So, what do we understand by rat hole mining? The concept of rat hole mining. Rat hole mining. Yes, Dipinder, correct. So basically, it is a kind of an illegal mining which is carried out. Generally, in the coal areas, you will find this. Now, here, what you will find, let's suppose this is the region where you have substantial amount of coal deposits. This can be many kilometers thick, many kilometers wide. Now, for the extraction purpose, what Coal India would have done would is basically built a kind of a shaft into this mine, and eventually mining would have been carried off. Okay, that is the kind of mining activity which would have happened in this area. The traditional method by shaft, and generally you have the entire pulley system over that shaft, obviously the mechanized pulley system working over that shaft. So that basically helps you put that shaft, move that shaft upwards and downwards. Now in these areas you will also find basically the that in certain areas around the sites, people, what they do, they dig up a small hole, very small hole, manually they dig it up, and that basically leads to the mines. Okay, that leads to the region of the mines. Now what it gives them is access to that coal, and that too in a kind of an illegal way, in a kind of a sneak way. So this is a rat hole mine. Why the name rat hole? Because of the nature of the hole which is dug, which is not consolidated, it is simply dug out manually, and there generally people can crawl through. It is not that large a hole that you can even stand through that, so people generally crawl through that. Every year Coal India loses thousands, tens of thousands of crores of revenue because of this rat hole mining. In regions of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Meghalaya, in these areas, rat hole mining is carried quite significantly. and this causes a large amount of loss to the taxpayer, to the exchequer. It is in these areas where sometimes, because that hole is not scientifically dug, it is not structurally reinforced, many of the times you will find the collapse of the walls, the collapse of the roof itself happening. So that is basically the rat hole mining. Sometimes excessive amount of rainfall will fill that region with water, and that is where many of the rat hole miners, they get stuck. Few of them, they end up losing their lives also. Now, this is something which also has got a potential of damage to the region. For example, the case of Jharia coalfields near Dhanbad. Now, Jharia is used to be that, or is in fact one of those small suburbs on the vicinity, on the outskirts of the district of Dhanbad. Dhanbad is in Jharkhand, is one of the highest coal producing areas across the country, right? The amount of revenue that railways they earn just by the wagons which move out of the Dhanbad coal mines is quite significant, quite comparable to the revenue that railway earns from some of its busiest stations, for example, in the Western Line, etc. So Dhanbad is a very significantly rich coal area in the Damodar Valley region, where you have good grade Gondwana quality coal. Now there, Jharia is in the outskirts of it. Now, during one of these rat hole mining events and occurrences, accidental fire was lit to the coal seam. The coal seam and the coal bed was put to fire. Because these rat hole miners, the only source of light that they have is the small handheld fire or the fire torches that they have. And coal, if there is presence of methane, etc., will catch fire very easily. So the Jharia coal bed caught fire. And we are not talking about a small basket of coal which caught fire. We are talking about a coal bed which spreads across maybe 100 kilometers in one side, maybe 50, 70, 100 kilometers on the other side, many kilometers deep. So that caught fire. And that caught fire and has been on fire for almost the past 2 decades and more. Jharia coal field has been burning underneath. Mining activities has been abandoned in that region, obviously. Now the region, which was a kind of a bustling small town, just like any other small town in the country, there also you had population, you basically had a lot of people living in that area. It was a kind of a hustling bustling town. But if you go to Jharia today, it will give you the kind of an idea or an image of a war ravaged region, a region which has almost been destroyed. From various different areas on the ground, you will find that, first of all, the ground to be absolutely barren. The amount of heat being produced from underneath because of the burning of the coal is so high that the land is turning out to be barren. And as the ground underneath is burning, you have large sections of land which simply keep on sinking and subsiding. Land collapses are very common. Many of the areas, almost the entirety of the region of Jharia has now been depopulated. Not many people live there. They have moved to the adjoining districts nearby. Now, you might have a question, why can't we put out that fire? That is simply humanly impossible. Various different committee reports, etc., they have submitted that how do we isolate that? So basically, we have isolated that from the larger coal seams, but unless and until that entire stretch burns out, it will continue to happen. Even today in Jharia, you will find that you have the burning coal seams underneath. So that is again a product. Various regions have smoke coming out, right? From various different sinkholes, a kind of a smoke emanates still today. So it paints a very horrendous image if you go to that area. So that is the again a consequence of rat hole mining. So rat hole mining, regardless of how many families it ends up supporting, regardless of how many people earn out of that, it can never be supported. It can never be warranted for, because it is illegal. It consumes taxpayers' money and it can lead to long term damage as we have seen in the case of Jharia, right? Jharia coal fields are an example of that. Many people, they have suffered from various illnesses due to the smoke continuously being emitted. Think about it. Whichever region that you are living in, whichever area that you are living in, think about it. If the ground underneath that is on fire and it continues to be on fire for almost 20 years now, where you have got the uncertainty that the house that you are living in, tomorrow it might simply collapse and go underground, and that might be consumed. So it is a kind of a thing that is significantly inhumane. So that is the case of the rat hole mining. Okay, now then we come to the portion of the case of industries and their classification. For burning, oxygen is also one of the factors. Then why we can't stop the oxygen supply through blocking of digging holes? Hmm. We have the smart people here also. Basically, understand it is the case that as you have the coal which starts burning, now immediately it will lead to sinking of land in some areas or the other. So if you plug that hole, that I will control the supply of oxygen. In the meanwhile, there is enough oxygen to burn some other area. That area will also sink. In the meanwhile, the fire would spread slowly and steadily to the lower regions. It will continue to burn, right? So that is where it continues to burn, because you cannot end up that is why I am telling you that understand the magnitude of the burning. If it would have been a small bucket, cover it, no fire anymore. But we are talking about kilometers thick. You had various Indian School of Mines is situated where? It is situated in Dhanbad, right? All the mining experts of the country, they come out from Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad. So various scientific committees by IIT Kharagpur, by ISM Dhanbad, international scientific committees, all of them were set up. We have with significant amount of effort, we have managed to isolate that from the larger coal seam of the Damodar Valley, but still that region will continue to burn. Okay, so now we come to industries and their classification. Now industries is something that you will study in the portion of economics in substantial detail. Here just we will cover the basic classification that also you would have covered in economics. Here we will be concentrating ourselves with the location of the industries. What are the factors which determine where an industry will be located? Now, industrial classification basically is done not only in terms of what is the product that they generate, but also the production process, how much amount of value addition, etc., is provided. So, you have the classification as primary industry, secondary industry, and tertiary industry. When we say a primary industry, now primary industries are those which are generally going to take their raw materials from the nature itself. So, mining, agro-based industries, these are primary industries. There the value addition is not very high, so it is not a very costly industrial process. Secondary industry, for example, let's suppose you have mined out iron ore and you have made steel, let's suppose. Now from that you are using that for, let's suppose, manufacturing of a railway locomotive or a shipbuilding or an automobile manufacturing. That is a secondary industry. For example, from the various raw materials, you are manufacturing items such as this electronic pen or the various electronic devices. That is a secondary industry. Okay, so that is the case of secondary industry. And then you have certain industries. For example, you have manufactured an aircraft. That is a secondary industry. But then the airline industry, for example, your Indigo, the Spice Jets, etc., which operate, you are providing service. So that service aspect and the service sector of it is associated with what is known as tertiary industry. So that is the general classification of industries. So basically you have the primary, secondary, and the tertiary industry. Okay. So primary industries, usually very simple industries involving the processing of raw materials to give input goods for secondary industries. Value addition is very, very minimal. Okay. Coal mining and washing, oil refining, flour milling, metal smelting, stone crushing. These are your primary sector industries. Where the fishing industries, etc., they are primary sector. Where the nature and the natural raw materials, they are the source of input. Now, the output that you generate from the primary industries, mostly they serve as the input for the secondary industries. Okay, so when we talk about secondary industries, they are a bit complex and diversified, which take input from the primary sector. Value addition is significant. So that is where these industries oftentimes are located based upon where the market is, where you will have the utilization of this product, or also where the production center is, the raw materials are situated. So here, for example, shipbuilding, automobile manufacturing, all of that will come into the heavy chemicals, heavy engineering, all of that comes into the category of the secondary sector and secondary industry. Now, based upon the output that they generate, for example, let's suppose if someone makes a watch, now that watch is also a second coming out of a secondary industry. Let's suppose someone makes an electrical locomotive. That is also a secondary industry. Now, both of them cannot be categorized in the same classification, because based upon the final output, or based upon, let's suppose, a locomotive, if you have to make, or a ship that you have to build, value addition is going to be very high. Value addition, I mean that raw materials, the steel that you have taken or the aluminum that you have taken, from that you have to build the entire frame, structure, everything you have to do, right? So value addition is very high. Many of the times the locomotive manufacturing, shipbuilding, aircraft, they will also release a lot of emissions in the process, very costly processes. Thousands of crores would be the investment required. But let's suppose when we talk about watch manufacturing or this pen that you see, right? These are all secondary industries, but in this case, you don't have that much amount of investment, capital investment, etc., which is required. So, based upon the amount or the category of product which is manufactured, secondary industries are also classified into heavy industries as well as light industries. Heavy industries, bulky products come out. That is the case of heavy industries. So here, basically, in the case of heavy industries, bulky products, light industries, lightweight products, generally. In general, lightweight products. So this will be capital intensive, location specific. For example, let's suppose you have to manufacture a large ship. Can you build that ship in Lucknow? Can you make that ship, let's suppose, in Delhi? Even if you make it, then those thousands of tons of that ship, eventually that ship won't be moving on land. You have to take it, carry it to the nearby water, right? So shipyards will always be located across the coastal areas, right, where water is available. So this is location specific. But let's suppose mobile phone manufacturing. Now, Tata's, they have announced their plans to open up one of the largest mobile phone manufacturing plants in India in the region of Tamil Nadu. Samsung established a large mobile phone plant manufacturing plant in the region of Delhi NCR. Now that is not location specific. Or it is not bound by a location. If Tamil Nadu government doesn't give Tata's a favorable terms and condition, Tata's can switch to Karnataka. They can establish their base in Karnataka, or maybe a Maharashtra, or maybe a Gujarat. But then, locomotives or ships, you will need to manufacture where they will be used, isn't it? So that is why heavy industries are always location specific. Light industries, they are independent of the source of availability of raw materials, and their location is based upon where talent pool is available, where the taxation structure is favorable, where that access to the market is much more easier. So that is where those location factors are not dependent on the availability of raw materials. So most of the light industries can be located almost anywhere and everywhere. For example, take the case of diamond polishing, right? Diamond cutting and polishing. Which is the center of diamond cutting and polishing in India, where traditionally, historically, on a large scale, diamond is polished and cut. Which is that region? Very good. Surat. Surat and Vadodara region in Gujarat. That is the area. Surat is well known for that diamond polishing and cutting. Now, why do you think that is the case? Is it because Surat has got diamond mines there? Majority of the diamond industry in India is situated in the region of Surat. Is it because diamond mines are found there? No. Simply because you have the availability of skilled manpower. Manpower which has traditionally always worked in that diamond cutting and polishing. So that is where you'll find that. So that is a light industry. It is located in a region where you have the presence of these skilled trained professionals. Okay. So heavy industries are identified by nature of their bulky products or very high capital inputs or units, which may have high capacity to influence the environment adversely. Heavy chemicals, heavy machinery, locomotive, shipbuilding, heavy electrical, etc. They are a part of heavy industry. Then, light industry, they are less capital intensive, not significant amount of large capital is not required, and more inclined to consumer products, what you and I will be using on a day to day basis. Most of the heavy industries, it is not as if you and I, the retail consumers, will be using it directly. Products are usually lighter in weight, require less power, are less polluting, and can be established in small areas also. So, footloose. So, many of these light industries, they are footloose in nature. Footloose means they can virtually be located anywhere, independent of the availability of the source of raw material. They can be located almost anywhere and everywhere. That is the condition of being a footloose industry. So when we say a footloose industry, they are those industries which nearly remain indifferent with the locational aspect of the plants. Okay, so their products are having very high value addition, they are smaller in size, and so transportation cost is only a small factor. So for example, you have the industries, they require very small production space, are usually less polluting, but they are always dominated by highly skilled workers. This is one of the key factors for the location of these industries. Again, another example, the best grade of watches across the world are considered to be Swiss watches, right? Any of the good watch, the very costly ones that you consider, be it a Patek Philippe, which can end up costing you many crores, right? Or be it a Richard Mille, again, multiple crores, value of one watch, Swatch, all of these, they are Swiss watches. Now, they are valued, each and every watch is valued worth crores. So the watch industry is settled around Switzerland. Why do you think that is the case? Is it because the region of Switzerland is having such kind of minerals which is used for watch manufacturing? No. But traditionally and historically, it has got some of the best trained professionals in that area. And that is why that skilled manpower is present there. Right. So that is why you will find that all the major watchmakers, they end up establishing a base in the region of Switzerland. Right. So examples, if you take of these industries, watch, camera, diamond cutting, precision electronics, they belong to these kind of industries. Then you also have the tertiary industries or the tertiary sector, which basically is associated with service. So here, for example, trade and service providing industries, so where the scale of operation is large. So for example, restaurant business, For example, banking sector. For example, insurance sector. Example, let's suppose the airline sector. So think about it. Boeing and Airbus, Boeing situated in US, Airbus situated in France, and in various areas of Europe as well. Boeing and Airbus, they manufacture the airplanes. That will be a part of heavy secondary industry. But then, to run that airline, it is not that Boeing will get you the flight ticket from, let's suppose, Delhi to Kolkata or Delhi to Mumbai, or Airbus will give you that ticket. No. You will have to rely on Air India. You will have to rely, let's suppose, on your Indigo. Now, those are your tertiary sectors. Okay, so that is basically the basic classification. You also have the quaternary, quinary sectors, where you have the further data acquisition, data analytics, etc., which are the coming up sectors and the new emergent sectors nowadays. So those are also the ones, but you would have studied that in economics itself. Now, where should these industries be located? Ideally, when you try to establish an industry, should it be located? If, let's suppose, you are an industrialist, you want to open an industry, you will obviously open an industry only if you want to generate profit. That will be your only purpose of opening and establishing an industry, isn't it? That will be your only reason why you will open an industry, regardless of whatever people, when they come out in front of media channels, they say that, okay, this land has always had some appeal to me. This land has always been so welcoming. The culture is so nice. The food is so nice. The tradition is so nice. Put all that to the side. All the industries are established only for generation of profit, because if you don't generate profit, you won't be able to pay your workers. If you won't be able to pay your workers, then basically your industry won't be able to operate. So you have to generate a profit. Now, for generating profit, you need an ideal location. Why is it the case that many of the industries at the time of independence, many of the industries in our country were situated in the region of West Bengal? Now, within 10 years to 20 years of independence, all of them, they migrated to the region of Maharashtra and Gujarat. Why is it the case that many of the agro-based industries and also heavy industries were situated in the region of Punjab, but now they have shifted to the region, let's suppose, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu? Why is it the case that Eastern UP, Bihar, they have never been as industrialized as, let's say, a Tamil Nadu, right? Kerala has got, the literacy rate is almost 100% in Kerala. But look at the presence of industries. Compare it to Tamil Nadu with a poorer literacy rate in comparison, right? Tamil Nadu has got lesser literacy rate as compared to Kerala. But more industries are situated in Tamil Nadu. Karnataka has got a lesser literacy rate as compared to Kerala. But more industries are situated in the region of Karnataka. So, industrial location is dependent on certain factors. So, we will take a look at basic location factors of industries, but we'll take a break. And after the break, we'll come to this with examples. We'll talk about why industries are located only in certain areas and the industrial regions and the aspect of industrial corridor. Okay, so that is where we take a break for 10 minutes and we'll be back. Okay. See, foundations are not for profit. Okay, so Jamnalal Bajaj Foundation is not for profit. But had that foundation been found, if the Bajaj Industries would not be generating profit, the Nita Ambani Foundation is non-profit. But would that non-profit organization be set up if the Reliance Industries would have taken an overall loss? Tata Memorial and the Tata Foundation is not for profit. But if the Tatas wouldn't have allowed to function, or if the Tatas would have been generating losses, would that foundation would ever work? So please get rid of that kind of a preconceived notion that few people are there in the world only to serve. They would have earned enough, then they are using some amount of that. Azim Premji is the largest and the biggest philanthropist that we have in our country. He donates some of the largest sums of money across the country, across all the sectors. But if, let's suppose, Wipro would have been a loss-making enterprise, would Azim Premji would have donated that much or at all, if possible? No. So no industry will operate without profit. None of them. The foundations that you see, that is a different concept altogether. Many of them, they do a lot of good, but many of them, they simply, I hope we are aware that the industries have the corporate social responsibility as well, that you have to it is a requirement mandate by law that 2% you have to spend, 2% of the profits, revenues, etc., you have to spend on welfare of the society. So how do you do that? Set up a small foundation, right? And many of the times, I know it will sound to be very controversial, but many of the times, many of the industrialists, what they do, basically they transfer some amount of money and earnings from their industry into these non-profit organizations. Grants and donations are exempted from tax. I hope we are aware of that. So in many of the cases, it helps them save humongous amount of tax. If you are saving 10,000 crores of tax, use 2,000 crores out of it for service of the public. The public will be happy that you are basically a godlike figure. But what the public many of the times is not aware of the fact that you are saving 8,000 crores of money additional to that. So there are a lot of intricacies behind that. That is why what appears on the surface is oftentimes a facade, and there is something very different behind it also. Okay. So, anyways, let's take a break and let's be back. So now, see, Pani Foundation, etc. See, the NGOs, I'm not taking the example of that. I'm only talking about industries here. Industries will only function if they are able to churn out profit. No industry can function without churning out profit. It is as simple as that. Name one industry which has run for around 40, 50 years, which has not churned out profit. They cannot. Otherwise, how will they have that working capital? Now, here, how that area of Jharia got fired, was it accidental? Yes. It was caused during one of these rat hole mining incidents. As I told you, that the rat hole miners, they carry that fire torch with them, and that is how it got fire. Sunil, today is one of the not the last session. We will have the mapping session and some of the Q and A's we will discuss on Saturday also, and the doubt clearing session will also be on Saturday. That is 16th. That session will be scheduled from 7:30 till whatever time it takes to clear all your doubts. We will ensure that none of the doubts are left over. We will ensure that all the doubts are addressed. So that is when on Saturday we will have that separate doubt clearing session. Air India is an exception, my dear friend, because the government basically would foot the bill of the Air India losses. But a good sense of humor you have. So here, now we come to the locational factors for industry. So basically, when we talk about where the industry is located, so ideal conditions for the location of industries, it was being thought about and it has been worked about for a long period of time. You had the case where in the 1800s, Weber, one of the acclaimed geographers of that time, Weber provided his industrial theory or locational theory of industries. Now, in the 1800s, the world was very different from the world that we live in today. At that point of time, transportation cost would be very, very substantial. So, in the 1800s, when Weber provided his industrial theory, he said that look, location of industry is ideally to be a balance between three factors. And the three factors would be raw materials, then accessibility to the market, and also transportation cost. He said that ideal mixture or ideal balance with all between all of these, that ends up determining where the industry eventually has to be located or situated. Now, based upon these factors, you had the classification, or basically many of the industries basically were located and ideal location was to be found. But almost 150 years or 200 years later, the world has changed. Transportation is no longer that great a challenge. Transportation over thousands of kilometers can be done in a very cheap price. Okay, so you have the industrial location, which is dependent on these particular factors: availability of raw materials, fuel, power, human resources, etc. Based on raw materials, transportation is determined. And based on raw materials, industries are classified into two types. One is weight losing industries, weight losing industries, and then you have weight gaining industries. Now, the name in itself is self descriptive in this case. Weight losing means what? It means that the final product is lighter than the raw material. Okay? Final product is lighter than raw material. Example: Example, you have sugar industry. Example, you have paper industry, even iron ore for that matter. So in that, the final product which is generated out of that production process is much lighter than the weight of the raw materials. So here, in order to have that maximum cost optimization, generally, the industries will be situated closer to the source of raw materials. Because the raw materials being the bulkier ones, that is where the bulky things, if you transport bulky goods for a long distance, it will take you a large amount of sum, it will be very costly. That is where bulky goods, because the raw materials are bulky, so industries are generally situated closer to the source of raw materials. Industries are generally situated closer to raw materials. Okay. So, for example, if you consider, and Anjali, listen to this, if you consider the sugar industry, what is the raw material in the sugar industry? Let me know. What is the raw material in the case of sugar industry? Anjali, sugar cane, right? Sugar cane is the raw material. Outcome is sugar. So, which is heavier, sugar cane or sugar? Always sugarcane is the one which is heavier. Always, right? It is not the case that 1 kg of sugarcane will give you 1 kg of sugar. No. Maybe you will use 10 kg of sugarcane, you will get a few 100 grams of sugar, or maybe half a kg of sugar out of it. So the final output, it is lighter than the raw materials, isn't it? So here, the transportation cost will be saved when you will have the industry situated closer to the sugarcane producing centers, so that the transportation cost is less, right? I hope that is understood. Now, then, if we talk about weight gaining industry, what is a weight gaining industry? Final product is bulkier, is heavier than the input raw material. Example, locomotive, automobile, shipping industry, or shipbuilding rather, not shipping, shipbuilding, etc. So in this case, it makes sense to have the location of industry closer to the demand center, that is the market, where the product will be utilized, right? Where you don't have to transport the bulkier product for a long distance. Directly you can provide it to the consumer. So in this, generally, industries. How automobile? What is the raw material for automobile? Aluminum sheets, in certain cases, steel bearings, etc. Now, individually, will that be heavier, or will the final automobile eventually will be heavier? Obviously, you add value to it. A ship is made out of the various steel columns and steel sections. So basically, the ship is heavier, or these steel columns are heavier. You put them all together. That is when the ship becomes heavier. That is when the automobile becomes heavier. That is why. Okay. So here, industries are generally located closer to the market. That is where, in general, the industries will be located. So these are the basic locational factors associated with industries. Now, when we take a look at the other factors which determine the location of industries, obviously the reliable and continuous supply of raw material is a must. Because if the raw materials, they don't get available, they don't get supplied, the functioning or the working of industry, let's suppose even for a half a day, if the working of the industry gets interrupted, that can mean disruptions worth millions of dollars. And so is the case with fuel and power supply. Fuel and power, that is very much important. Okay, reliability of power, consistent availability of power. For example, semiconductor industry. Semiconductor industry requires that consistent power supply at that consistent frequency. If that consistent power supply gets interrupted, the entire batch of production gets destroyed. That is one of the reasons why many of the semiconductor setups did not come up in India in the previous decades. You had other reasons also. I will tell you with an example about that. But if, let's suppose, an industrialist tomorrow, that industrialist wants, you give them an option that in the region of Bihar, you have, or West Bengal. We do know that Bihar, West Bengal, they are not very well performing in terms of power sector. So in region of Bihar or Bengal, and again, I would attach a caveat, please don't get very sentimental with your state. Okay, you are appearing for all India services. Many of the times I find during the discussion that how can you say this about West Bengal, how can you say this about Bihar, you know, in this particular region you have this city which is the more understood. And before itself, I'll tell you, whichever city you are belonging from, whichever state you are belonging from, is the best city, is the best state, not only in the country, it is the best city and the state in the entire world. It is the best city and the state in any portions of the universe, of the entire galaxy, wherever life is possible. Your city, your district, your state is the best. Having said that, now when we analyze it, I hope nobody gets very touchy and pricky that how can you say this about Punjab? How can you say this about Bengal? How can you say this? You have a hidden it. No, you are appearing for all India services. For all practical purposes, you will be posted very far away from your state. So, and you will have to call that your home state for the rest of your life. So basically, let's suppose, individually, let's suppose an industrialist is given an option to open up an industry, let's suppose in Bihar, and another option is in Maharashtra or Karnataka or Tamil Nadu. Now they know that in Bihar you will experience 4 hours of power cuts. In Tamil Nadu, there is no power cut, 24-hour power supply. So the industrialist will always prefer to choose a location where the power supply, where the availability of fuel, etc., is ensured, isn't it? This is, in fact, one of the major reasons why there is a massive amount of industrialization in the west and the southern part of the country as compared to east and the northern part of the country. Because east and northern part of the country, they never had that reliable power supply, right? Many of the sugar mills which were earlier set up in the region of in the region around east and north, many of those industries faced shutdown. Punjab, for example, experienced a lot of power cuts. Bihar, eastern UP suffered a lot of power cuts. Bengal, still Bihar, Bengal, Jharkhand, they still suffer from power cuts, right? So that is where availability of reliable power source is very much important. Okay, now then you have human resources. Human resources here, they consist of both the factor of skilled labor and also unskilled labor. Skilled labor, let's suppose the technicians that you have, right? For example, let's suppose you have the IT sector guys, all of them, right? The pure engineering or the ITI graduates that you have, the Industrial Training Institute graduates that you have, these are the skilled labor force. unskilled labor force nowadays is not that much in demand. And that is because the changing nature of production. Because unskilled labor, that job has been replaced by robotics and robots and machines a long time back. So that has been changed, right? So that labor force has now not got that much amount of requirement. This is one of the reasons of such large levels of unemployment in many areas, because you will find that earlier in the 70s and the 80s, that was the 60s, 70s, 80s used to be the golden period for unskilled labor force, where you had, let's suppose, IOCL, BPCL, they would give advertisement on newspaper. Anybody who has done up till class 8th, come, we'll give you job. Anybody who has completed up till class 10th, come, we'll give you job. 4,000 people, 5,000 people would be given job in one of these sectors, one of these industries. Tata Steel would come up, Tisco when it was set up. Anybody who has completed or even studied till class 10th, come, we'll give you job. We'll provide you training also. But now what has happened is, now that entire paradigm has changed. Now, the job that those unskilled labor can do, robots can do it much more efficiently. And you have that automated machinery, machine, and the moving working line assembly that is doing that. So that is why unskilled labor is losing that kind of job opportunities. That is why upskilling and reskilling is the need of the hour. Even today, you'll find that people who are well versed with the skill required of the industry, they will be always able to find some job or the other. You will still find people who have completed various degrees, they are jobless. But that is a different matter altogether, where you have a situation where, let's suppose, I have done something, I have studied, I have a graduation degree, I have the degree in hand, but I don't know anything about the subject that I have studied, right? Various industry leaders of the country, they tell you the same thing, that almost 95% of the graduates coming out of the country from the various different grad schools, they are unemployable. They lack basic communication skills, they lack basic technical skills. You will find electrical engineers having no idea about how that frequency variation can happen, or what is a kind of a power variation which does happen, but they are graduates. So you have many of them also were being unemployed, but we don't count that as the case of a skilled labor force anyways. But why it is important for the industrial location is because of the fact, take the case of, let's suppose, uh, as we say that Tata has recently announced it will set up one of its largest mobile manufacturing units in Tamil Nadu. Before that, Tesla, when it was interested on coming to India, it had announced it will set up one of the largest plants in the region of uh, Karnataka and Maharashtra. So various different such kind of uh, technical requirements and these jobs, they are coming to the region of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, or the region around Hyderabad, Telangana area, or Gujarat. Why is it so? Is it because they like the local food so much? Is it because they are in very good touch and very good rapport with the politicians of that area? They align with the ideology of that political party in that region? Absolutely not. That is because, again, I will give you the example regardless of whether you get offended or not. Let's suppose that the Tatas, they go to Bihar, or they go to Jharkhand, or they go to Chhattisgarh, or even Madhya Pradesh. There, the trained graduates, the trained technicians that you will have who are going to work on that cutting edge technology, that will be very less. But go to Tamil Nadu, go to Karnataka, go to Hyderabad, even Maharashtra. Every year, tens and thousands of such trained people, they come out of it. Every year, the sector is flooded with the trained technicians. So wherever that skilled labor will be there, the industry will automatically come in that area. Okay, so that skilling is a very important factor for the location of industries. Now, then after that, Noida also, the NCR region also is the entire NCR, including Gurgaon, Noida, the Manesar to the further east, Bahadurgarh, all that NCR region, Ghaziabad, Sahibabad area, in that Muradnagar, extending up till Muradnagar nowadays, very significant amount of trained technicians you will find. Now, then you have transportation. Transportation should have availability, or transportation should be affordable, efficient, quick. Basically, think about it. Why do you think many of the industries are situated in the region of Chennai, in the region of Mumbai, in the region of Kolkata, in the region of Delhi? Because if you are present in these areas, not only will you be able to cater to the market demands, any of the products, you can sell it to the international market, you can immediately move it via sea. Delhi, for example, the entire Delhi NCR region, if you consider, some of the best infrastructure in the country is present in Delhi NCR, connected almost to every part of the country via good railways, roadways, everything is very, very nice there. So that is basically why transportation is one of those ideal cases. Transportation is the reason why nowadays even industries such as iron and steel, you will find them being located away from the source of raw materials. Earlier, iron and steel used to be one of those sectors which would be concentrated only in the area where you would find iron ore, where you would find coal, where you would find limestone. Because those bulky raw materials, how would you transport it over large distances? It would be loss making endeavor. But now, with the help of those very bulky trains, you have the kind of double decker trains, etc., freight trains, etc., which are moving. You have 70 bogies, 80 bogies long goods train. So in one train load, you can virtually transport all the raw materials required by that industry for maybe a couple of weeks or 1 week. So that is where transportation is becoming cheaper, efficient. That has allowed the flexibility to the industries to be located in very far off places, very far of places from where the raw materials are being extracted from. So this is an important factor, right? Now, then after that, market. Market here refers to basically the availability of demand. Market doesn't mean the nearest shopping center that you have. Availability of demand. Again, think about it. Why is it that majority of the industries, they want to set up bases in India right now? Majority of the multinationals, they want to set up bases in India. India has one of the largest middle classes. India is one of the bright spots in global economy and will continue to do so for the next decade and a half almost. Now, if you think that suddenly the industries, they have gained a soft spot for India because suddenly India is and the industry leaders, they have begun to like India, nothing like that. 20 years back, open up the news headlines. 25 years back, open up the news headlines, you would find, regardless of all their animosity that they have with China, regardless of howsoever they will say things anti-China, all the US industries would go up and open their bases in China. When Apple had to basically diversify its production centers, it went to China. When Tesla had to build its next gigafactory, it went to China. When Airbus wanted to establish its next production center in Asia, it went to China. Why? That is where the demand was. India was always, in a way, wanting to have the import of fighter jets. We are still importing fighter jets in some numbers. We have our own production now also. India was always keen to import fighter jets. But none of the industries were ready to even give their fighter jets to us, let alone open their plants. Now, from Northrop Grumman to Lockheed Martin to Boeing to Saab Gripen, everybody, they continue to pitch to India and Indian, obviously, the decision makers, that buy from us. We will open up a manufacturing plant in your region. Why do you think that is the case? That is purely because now India has got the economic wherewithal to buy that. They know that if India places an order, it will be worth 10 to 15 billion of dollars. And that will be quite significant. No one else in the world currently has the capacity to place that order, or if they have the capacity, they have their own domestic supply. That is why they are ready to do that. Right? Majority of the automobile manufacturers, they have set up their bases in the region around Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, and areas of Delhi NCR and Maharashtra. Why? They do know that in India, the automobile sector is growing at a double digit rate for the past 20 years almost now, 10 and a half or almost 20, 15 to 20 years now. Automobile sector and the sales are growing at double digit rate. So it is the ideal time to be in India. So wherever there is demand, industries will follow that. No ifs and buts. Then you have capital. Capital here refers to availability of working fund. Working capital, I'm talking about. Availability of working funds. Now, again, from our childhood days, if we have grown up watching movies, the preconceived notion is that the industrialists in their office, they have a large safe and a large locker where they have vats of cash. They take out that cash, they give to the workers, and that is how the industry operates now. The industry never operates, the industrialist should never and will never take out their own money for the functioning of the industry. Industries will always operate if they have the availability of the working fund. And that is taken from the banks, from the investors, from the loans, from the capital market. That is where it is borrowed from. So, various different areas, various different countries, they will lend you money at different rates. Few of the industries, they lend you money at very easy rates, very easy conditions. Now, whenever that happens, basically, industries will flock to that area. So wherever availability of capital is easy, industries will always flock to that region. Then you have government policies. These are one of the most major ones. Now, government policies include a wide range of things. It is basically the aspect of infrastructure, then ease of business, how easily or how quickly you are able to give clearance to that business. Then, for example, law and order, then taxation policies. Why do you think pharmaceutical industries are situated in the region around Haridwar? Is it because they will directly go from Himalayas, get those herbs and medicines, and then they will be able to manufacture the medicines? That is why. No. The taxation structure is favorable. Why do you think pharmaceutical industries have opened their bases in Goa? Taxation structure. Why do you think there has been a massive level of deindustrialization from Bengal and all the industries shifted to Mumbai and Maharashtra after a couple of decades from independence? At the time of independence, if you look at the major industries of the country, almost all the industries which were majorly at that point of time, which were amongst the largest industries of the country, all of them had their headquarters in Bengal. All of them, within the next 20, 30 years, they shifted to Maharashtra and Mumbai. Why do you think that happened? Purely because in the region of, first of all, West Bengal, the infrastructure growth could not basically keep pace. But also, you had such frequent calls of strikes, bunds, agitations, unions, right? So every other day, every second or third day, you would have a kind of a strike call or a bund call somewhere or the other. Now, industries, they don't like to suffer the loss of revenue. What happened? The industries migrated there. So, in the long run, all that union work which was done, basically, that we will only work for this much amount of time, we will not work for, we will need this much amount of salary, etc. They would basically put that strike call, they would put that band call, and work would be interrupted. Oftentimes the arsenry would be so significant. Again, don't trust me, take a look at the old newspapers. The arsenry would be so significant. Every other day you would get stories about that a bus has been lit on fire, the trams have been lit on fire. Now, basically, that would impact the business. All the industries have moved to different areas. Now the jobs have been created in different areas, there is joblessness in those areas now, right? So law and order is also an important factor. One of the reasons about the closure of in the region of North Bengal, North Bihar, for example, you had substantial number of sugar mills at one point of time. You also have Baronri refinery in the region of Bihar, oil refinery, and along with that, lot of sugar mills were there. Many of them were shut down. Infrastructure was not there, electrical supply, etc., were not reliable, and law and order issue was also very prominent. Why is it that despite all that mineral prowess that Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, the mineral prowess that they possess, hardly any other portion in the country possesses that, but they don't have many industries? Law and order, infrastructure, not there, right? So, for example, take the case of Kerala. Now, Kerala. Now, this is where, if you take the case studies of certain states such as Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Gujarat, these are the four states that I frequently keep talking about. Because regardless of whosoever has been in power, regardless of whether the political power goes to one party or the other, these states have continuously been working towards providing the infrastructure and enabling conditions for the industrial setup. That is why, take a look at Tamil Nadu today. Tamil Nadu has got one of the large industrial bases, right? One of the largest industrial bases. Maharashtra, they virtually fight for the industrial location. They have one of the largest industrial bases. They keep on fighting for building more infrastructure. Karnataka, regardless of whosoever is in political power, they will be basically fighting for provision of infrastructure. That, okay, they will be pitching for this industry, come to our state, we will give you this facility also, that facility also, that facility also. That is one of the reasons why industrialization has virtually spread across the belt. Now, Kerala is an ideal case in point here, an exception. Despite having 100% literacy rate, Kerala doesn't have many industries. Now, in Kerala, you had this wonderful case study where, at that point of time, Freescale, being one of the largest semiconductor manufacturers of the world, at that point in the early 2000s, basically they wanted, in 2007, they came up with a proposal to the Kerala government that we will establish Asia's largest semiconductor plant in Kerala. But two conditionalities were kept. One, land acquisition should be made smooth, so that if we acquire land after that, we don't face any problem. And secondly, basically, you should not have any of the strike or band calls for 1 year from the beginning of the operation. For 1 year, you ensure that you don't have these frequent strike calls and bands by the political parties. We will provide the largest semiconductor plant here. The Kerala government could not ensure that. And for that matter, they thought that it would be Freescale who would be at loss. They went ahead and they opened up that semiconductor plant in China. And that served significantly as the one of those early bedrocks which created that semiconductor uh, mega structure in the region of China. China became the semiconductor hub of this entire region. Not only because of that decision, but multiple other factors were also at play. So this gives you an idea about how government policies oftentimes they end up becoming a deciding factor. Now, then, for example, take the case of uh, even after COVID, Many of the industries, they wanted to get out of China. Now India was an attractive destination. Vietnam was also an attractive destination. But many of the industries, they went to Vietnam rather than coming to India. Why? Because of the time taken and the taxation structure, and also the time taken to provide clearance is much shorter in Vietnam as compared to India. So these are the various different factors which end up influencing where an industry is located. If you are interested in these particular areas, if you don't get particularly sentimental after about your state, that my state is the best, everything happening in my state is the best, every place else in this country is the worst. If you are not amongst those kind of people, do study more about this. You will find wonderful case studies, particularly about deindustrialization of Bengal, deindustrialization of Punjab, how Punjab from the 80s, where it was amongst the top five states in the country in terms of the contribution to the economy, it has now slid to amongst the poorer sections of the country. And the forecast, as per the RBI data, is that if the same fiscal conditions continue, Punjab very well might end up amongst the bottom 5 to 6 states of the country within the next decade or so. So this is a very significantly important case study, and same is the case with Kerala also. That is why if you go to Tamil Nadu, if you go to Karnataka, particularly the western part of Tamil Nadu and southern part of Karnataka, you will find a lot of migrant workers from Kerala coming over. That creates discontent. Wherever migrant workers come over, there is a discontent. So in the industries of in the region around Mysore, you'll find many of the people coming from Kerala. Those who have the ability to spend some money, they go to Gulf nations. Otherwise, they come to Kerala, Karnataka, or Tamil Nadu. So there has been a deindustrialization in that region also. So there are certain reasons. If you read it from an economic point of view, it is a very interesting read. Now, then, based upon these factors, basically, is what is responsible. Sakshi, in means we give example, we give comparison wise example. Yes, you can give comparison wise example as long as you are neutral. As long as you are neutral, you are not seen to be favoring or opposing only a particular kind of thing. Absolutely okay. Okay, because see, it is your job to analyze things objectively. Be very objective in your analysis. And the that why I say this, whichever region that you are living in, whichever region that you are living in, you would be well aware about the reason why that area is doing good or why that area is not doing particularly good. What can be done to further improve the condition of that area, right? So always give that example, but don't go into that political insinuation. Never go into the political insinuation. Never take a political line or a political angle. That is not your job. Okay, leave that job to the news anchors. They are already spending a lot of energy by shouting it out on 9 p.m. news channels. Your job is to keep yourself apolitical. Okay, the question that can be asked from this topic is basically the aspect of what are the factors which determine the location of the industries. Now, when we talk about the major industrial regions of India, you will find that you have few of the areas where majority of the industries of the country are situated, be it the Delhi Meerut belt, be it the Mumbai Pune belt, the very minor Bangalore Chennai belt, Bangalore Tamil Nadu belt, be it the Chota Nagpur region, the Hooghly region, the small Vishakhapatnam region. Now, in all these areas, you will have a plethora of industries which are situated. Okay, plethora, wide range of industries which are situated. But it all would have started from, in all these areas, you will find that it all would have started from setting up of basic industries, primary sector. Primary sector would have worked well. That would have attracted more people. So labor force would have come in. Also, demand would have been created. Cheap labor, demand, transportation, primary sector, all of that would have laid the foundation for the development of that industrial zone. Let us take a look at this with the help of few examples. When we say Mumbai Pune industrial region, now this region, the basis of industrialization of that region was on the cotton textile mills. Cotton textile mills, they started coming up in the region of Mumbai because this was a cotton growing area. Now, despite the fact that after independence, many of the cotton growing areas went over to Pakistan, but this region came back. Now, if you have a cotton textile mill, in order to color that cotton, you need chemicals. Chemical industries came up, right? You have power supply, transportation was always a good factor. And then you had Bombay High started producing uh, petroleum, crude oil, and natural gas. So you had petrochemical sector also coming up, heavy chemicals, engineering goods, all of them came up. Then the establishment of connectivity from Mumbai to Pune and Mumbai to Nashik via the Thal Ghat and the Bhor Ghat gaps that further facilitated this particular area and this particular area's industrialization. Okay, so here the region owes its origin to the British rule in India and it is fully connected with the growth of cotton textile in the country. Cotton was cultivated in the black soil region of Narmada and Tapi basins. Partition of the country in 1947 adversely affected the region because many of the areas went over to Pakistan. But then this area came back. Cotton textile, chemical, engineering goods, leather, oil refineries, petrochemicals, synthetic and plastic goods, all of them you'll find to be present in the region of Bombay and the Mumbai industrial belt. Then you have the Hooghly industrial belt. Now, here also, the industrialization process began in 1855. Now, you had handlooms, artisans who worked there for centuries almost, but the modern day industrialization began in 1855 with the setting up of the jute textile mill at Rishra in 1855. Now, the entire industrialization happened across the banks of River Hooghly because through River Hooghly you could have easy transportation to the Kolkata port, and from there you could have international trade. Now, all the presence of significant amount of tea in the northern part of Bengal, in the region of Assam, that required a region for processing and then eventual export. This region gained prominence. Presence of significant amount of coal and iron ore in the neighboring areas of Chota Nagpur Plateau provided the raw materials. Then, cheap labor force from the region of North Bengal, Odisha, present-day Jharkhand and Bihar provided the cheap labor required. Electricity was always generated in significant quantities in the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau that also helped that area. Now, Haldia is a region where now you will have the petrochemical refineries, etc., which have come up. The port has come up. So that has further accelerated the industrialization. But again, this region is one of those areas which has the potential to become one of the most industrialized anywhere across the world. But owing to certain policies, labor laws, etc., if that is slightly fine tuned, there is no limit to the heights that this region can reach because it has got very high availability of minerals close by, ideal river transportation, navigable river, availability to the nearby port. So, sky is the limit for this area. So, the major centers of Kolkata, Howrah, Haldia, Srirampur, Rishra, Shibpur. Now, here, besides the navigable rivers, road and railways provide subsequent links to the benefit of the Kolkata port. Discovery of coal and iron ore in Chota Nagpur Plateau, tea plantation in Assam and North Bengal, processing of deltaic Bengal's jute, cheap labor found from the surrounding areas, location of petroleum refinery at Haldia, construction of Haldia port, all of these have aided in substantial industrialization of that region. So in all these, you will find a kind of a common thread, kind of a common pattern. Then the Chota Nagpur industrial belt. Here, minerals are significant, labor is cheap, and you have labor coming from the surrounding states also. And transportation is significantly present because Chota Nagpur Plateau lies between the region of Delhi and Kolkata, and also Kolkata and Mumbai. So transportation is also available significantly. So that is why birth and growth of this region is linked with discovery of coal in Damodar Valley and iron ore in the Jharkhand Odisha belt, right? Power is reliable, power is available. With the help of, immediately after few years of independence, you had the establishment of that large multi-purpose river valley project in the face of Maithan Dam that provided reliable power supply. So region is surrounded by highly populated states of Jharkhand, Bihar, Odisha, West Bengal, which is a source of labor. So that is why machine tools, heavy engineering, cement, fertilizer, paper, locomotive, that has created various different industrial towns. For example, Jamshedpur, Hazaribagh, Daltonganj, Bokaro. That is basically some of the major industrial towns in this area. Okay. Then comes Gurgaon, Delhi, Meerut industrial area. Now, this is the example of a region where, again, if you take a look to the northwestern part and the western part of Delhi, that is from the region of, if you go to, let's suppose, Manesar, southwest. Now, Manesar is where the automobile hub came up with the help of the Maruti Suzuki. Now, when that hub came up, associated ancillary industries which would supply, let's suppose, rubber pieces, plastic pieces, aluminum glass pieces to the Maruti industry, that came up. So the entire infrastructure built up in that area. And that is when Hero Motocorp and other different car manufacturers, automobile manufacturers also flocked to the region. If you take a look to the northwestern part, for example, Sonipat, Panipat, all the way till Ambala. Now, this was a region which was typically good in the production of handlooms and textile. Panipat had the setting up of oil refinery, which helped in the other industries of that area also. Then, to the east, around the region of Meerut, then furthermore, Ghaziabad, Muradnagar, all the way further to the east. Now, this was the sugar belt where sugar mills came up. So, that is what the entire primary setup in this area that led to the industrialization of this region, that established the base. And migrant workers from all across the country, they would flock to this region from Rajasthan, Himachal, Punjab, from UP, Bihar, Bengal, Odisha, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh. Everyone would flock to this region of Delhi NCR. So labor was always available, and transportation is some of the best in the country. So due to that, many industries came to that area, and with the passage of time, you had basically service sector industries. For example, software industries, which started coming up in the region of Gurgaon, Noida, etc. Large software parks, industrial hubs were built up, and that is the backbone of this industrial region, right? So that is basically the Delhi Meerut Gurgaon industrial region consists of two industrial belts. One extends from Agra, Mathura, Meerut all the way till Saharanpur in the east, including that regions of Muradnagar, Modinagar, etc. And the other between Faridabad, Gurgaon, Ambala in Haryana. They are light, and industries are light and market oriented, but you also have refineries in Mathura and Panipat, which have helped in the development of this area. Sugar, agricultural implements, vanaspati, textile, all of them are present. Software industry is a recent addition. So that is basically the case of industrialization of this area, right? Hyderabad is largely around developed around the software sector. Hyderabad doesn't have much of the secondary manufacturing is not very high. This is one of the drawbacks why that entire region of Telangana could not be industrialized, because the transportation connectivity from Hyderabad to other areas is not very good. So this is the reason why the Simandra, the Vishakhapatnam Guntur belt could develop, because transportation to the ports was available. But Hyderabad, because software you can work in an offline condition also, you can work basically in remote areas also. So that, and the government policies at that point of time, when Hyderabad started attracting the global giants, that led to the establishment of service sector in Hyderabad. But that is where largely the sectoral development is. right? Pharmaceutical is not that great developed. Pharmaceutical, go to the region of Uttarakhand, for example, you will have larger amount of concentration there. Now, overall, if you take a look at the industrial regions and the industrial development is concentrated in these areas of the country mostly, right? So including let's suppose you include Chennai also, you include Hyderabad also, that's it. So these are the areas where the industrial development is located and basically isolated. These are like islands of growth. Okay, in optional you study something about the growth pole theory, etc., but this basically tells you that these are like islands of growth. What about the regions in between? That is where the concept of industrial corridor comes in. Industrial corridor is, with the help of good infrastructure, with the help of very high grade infrastructure availability, logistic parks, availability of a high speed rail and road network, you develop the region in between. So that, let's suppose a producer who is staying here, he or she will also be able to produce and immediately will be able to send their products to Kolkata and then send it to the port and international market. So that is where industrial corridors, when we talk about, they generally are the connectivity between industrial regions, with the help of faster mode of commute, with the help of faster mode of movement, right? So they offer effective integration between industry and infrastructure, leading to overall economic and social development. Industrial corridors constitute world class infrastructure such as high speed transportation, cargo handling capabilities. So, all these industrial corridors, for example, take the case of Amritsar Kolkata Industrial Corridor. Amritsar Kolkata Industrial Corridor will connect these far off places. So, in between, it will involve development of infrastructure facilities, high speed rail, road network, so that it can easily be, any producer in between can also end up becoming a large contributor. And that is where the economy of that region will also benefit. So, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor, Amritsar Kolkata. Now, these industrial corridors, they become relevant for your prelims, the name of it, and because not randomly anything will come into news, the ones which come into news maybe because World Bank has given a kind of a grant, or JICA has given a kind of a grant, or Asian Development Bank has given a grant for the development of any of those industrial corridors can be asked. So that is relevant for your prelims. Okay, industrial regions you should keep in mind for your mains examination. Yes. Okay, metallic minerals and non-metallic minerals, as I told you, this is the distribution. This is for your reference. If you want to rectify, you can rectify this, but I would not suggest it. But still, many of you feel the urge that I need to know where a particular mineral is located. This is the list. Okay. Chota Nagpur region is industrialized, but still Jharkhand is comparatively poor. That is because industrialization in that area mostly is of the primary sector industries and is located, so infrastructure connectivity is not there in Jharkhand, and you don't have that good quality of skilled professionals and trained professionals in Jharkhand. If you take a look at the uh, available institutes which are present for higher level education, you don't have many, right? For example, for technical studies, you have few of the ITIs, you have BIT, which is situated in Ranchi, Birla Institute, which is situated in Ranchi. You have one in Sindri. Again, Sindri, what is infamously the BIT Sindri, one point of time used to produce gems which are in leading positions in various industries across the country. But then again, that was plagued by, every other day you would hear about the news that there is a kind of a band, there's an arsonry or strike in BIT Sindri, in NIT Jamshedpur, and the college has been closed for unforeseeable future. The exams have been postponed for 2 years. Exams have not been held. Obviously, the quality of outcome that comes out, if You don't have infrastructure, the government policies are not supporting, and on top of that, you have lack of skilled labor. That will always lead to various different issues. Now we come to, yes, ISM is there, so that is why mining companies, they work very well in Jharkhand. But then there again, you have limitations. How much amount of employment can you provide with the help of that mining sector alone? Now we come to the portion of population, settlement, and transportation. Now here, ideally, this is again something which should be studied only with the view of current affairs. Current affairs, mostly. But other questions which come from this area, that is not going to hold much of a problem for you, but where your overall analysis of the region around you will be more than sufficient always. Understanding of the issues around you will be more than sufficient. For example, the type of questions which are derived from this is, what are the issues faced by the urban region because of excess migration of people coming in? Now you know this basically, that more people coming into your area means more stress on resources, lack of development in that, lack of housing, growth of slums. So whatever you see around you, use that, more than sufficient. Okay, transportation sector here and there, whatever comes in the news headlines, let's suppose about rapid rail, etc., read about that, sufficient. Okay, now population, we do know number of people in a given geographical area, that is population. Across the world, you don't have a uniform distribution of population. You have many sections where the population is very less, few of the sections where the population is highly concentrated. For example, in regions such as Western Australia, population is negligible. Siberia, negligible. Sahara, negligible. Even for that matter, if you consider the region of the Rubal Khali Desert, Arabian Peninsula, negligible population. But then you consider the Nile River Delta, densely populated. Eastern coast of China, densely populated. Western coast of China, sparsely populated. So around 10% of the land controls or has 90% of its population. For example, take a look at the entire country of Canada. Canada is one of the large countries of the world. 90% to 95% of the population in Canada lives at the region of southeastern border of Canada, border of United States, because remaining areas, they are so very in a way hostile in terms of climatic conditions. People don't prefer to live in that area. So that is why population is not distributed uniformly. Population is always distributed in a skewed manner. Now, if you take a look at the population distribution here in Asia, right? Asia is the largest continent, I hope we are aware. So, there it contributes to around 60% of the population of the world. Then comes Africa, then comes Europe, then comes Latin America and Caribbean, then North America and Oceania. Population density is highest in Asia. Okay, Africa is going to catch up in the next century and a half. When Asia basically matures into development, then Africa will be the one which will be very populated. Okay, now here in India, when you consider the population distribution, you will find that the population density is very high in either the urban areas or in the plain regions. In the plain regions, the population density is very high. In the plateau areas, again, the population density is less, but in the plain regions, population density is very high, other than the urban areas. So, what are the factors which end up determining the density of population in an area? So, the population distribution in an area is actually dependent on various different factors, including the geographical, economic, socio-cultural factors. All of them, they end up determining the population of a region. Okay, before we continue further, again, a reminder for a couple of announcements. The last session, including the remaining portions and mapping, and the doubt clearing session will be on Saturday from 7:30 a.m. onwards. Okay, that is where we'll finish the session. And This basically marks the end of the morning sessions for geography today. From tomorrow, you'll have a different subject. We'll meet again on Saturday. And that basically will be culmination of the entirety of the portion. And feedback sheets will also be rolled out to you for the your experience about how well you would be well aware about the concept of the feedback sheets. What has been your experience about the subject? Please do fill the feedback sheets and send it back to us. Okay, so these are the couple of announcements, customary announcements that we have to make. Okay, so I hope we are well aware of these, and now we continue. So factors which influence the distribution of population, how the population, on what basis some area is densely populated, on what basis some area is sparsely populated. So geographical factors are important here. What are the geographical factors here? When we talk about the geographical factors, first is basically availability of climate. Moderate climate is where more people would prefer to live. People don't like to live in extremities of climate, right? For example, why would someone prefer to live in Siberia? Unless and until you have lived there for centuries, you don't prefer to live in that area, do you? Then, other than that, availability of water, then topography of the region. Very good. See, this is where it makes me very proud to look at how you are able to predict this. Very good. That means that conceptual clarity for the subject has been attained for many of you. My work is and my job is done in that case. So basically, that is the case of these end up determining where a population will live. For example, in the hilly areas, in the plateau regions, what do we mean by topography? Hilly areas, plateau regions, not many people will prefer to live in close vicinity, right? But where you have the plain regions, many people will prefer to live there, right? So then you have soil type. These are the factors which will determine the population and density of population in one area. Soil type, basically not red and yellow soil, but fertility of soil. Then you have economic factors. Economic factors, job opportunities, right? Where you have opportunity of income. Of income and employment. This is one of the reasons why the river plains, the sides of the river banks, etc., they are densely populated, because there you have the income opportunity that you can cultivate the land, you can generate some amount of revenue out of it. So this is one of the factors. Okay, so this is in fact nowadays becoming one of the major factors where people choose to live. That is mostly dependent upon the economic factors of that places. Okay, then social and cultural factors. So for example, here when we talk about social, how the society is, the society, open-minded society, inclusivity in a society, etc., that is where people will always prefer to live, right? Social cultural aspect, economic factors are working well, health factors are working well for a particular area, then that is where you prefer to live in that region, with the society that you can identify yourself with, that you feel comfortable living in. People will prefer to live in that area. Okay, so these are basically the factors which influence the distribution. But when we talk about population, education, lifestyle, religious factors, yes, all of them will be included here. Good. Open society, inclusive society, that will be included in this. Very good. Political factors here, they influence, Ravi, migration, not the aspect of where people prefer to live. Yes. Then population growth. What is population growth? The change in population experienced in one area as compared to the other, that is the growth of population. Okay, change in population experienced in one area from one period of time to other, that is the population growth. So for example, when we talk about what is open and inclusive society, where you have cultural and religious freedom, that's it. When we talk about population growth, basically, what does it mean? So let's suppose in your region, what is the growth of population or the change in population? Number of people who have been born, and then subtract the number of people who have died. So natural growth of population basically will be birth rate minus death rate, isn't it? That will be the natural growth of population. But is that the case of the entirety of the change in population in an area? When we say population of Delhi from the past decade, has it only changed because of number of people being born in Delhi and dying in Delhi? No. You have endless number of people who would have moved into Delhi. You would have endless number of people who would have moved out of Delhi. That also needs to be factored in. So the actual growth of population basically would be birth rate minus death rate plus people coming in minus people moving out. Okay, so this factor is what is known as migration. That is what is migration. So people coming in, they are known as what? Immigrants. People moving out, they are known as emigrants. So migration is an important factor in terms of influencing population of a particular area. Okay, so that is the case of population growth. We'll do one thing, we'll study from the portion of migration onwards. Let's not stress ourselves. We'll study from the portion of migration onwards in the coming session for Saturday. Let's end the portion, and I think this will be a pretty interactive discussion, because you would have a lot of things that you can contribute to this. You would have a lot of things that you would have observed in the couple of decades of life that you have lived. So that is where we'll carry on this discussion from Saturday. I hope it works for you, right? So on Saturday, we will carry this discussion forward. We will, and also I want you to do something. Indian geography, the portion that we have covered, do revise that. Saturday, we will also be discussing the portion of the PYQs, the objective PYQs from Indian geography, and subjective questions from that, along with mapping. We'll discuss and send forward your doubts. Any kind of doubts, issues that you have faced, please send them forward. Okay. Tomorrow we don't have geography class. This officially marks the end of the geography session on the weekday mornings. I hope the sessions have been helpful and productive for you. I hope at the end of the session, you have a better idea about the region around you, about the geographical realities around you, as compared to where you were on 7th of November or 6th of November. I hope that our discussion has helped you understand the approach for the preparation of civil services, why this examination asks questions in a certain way. And I hope that none of the students, that is the interaction that we have had, none of you go back with the kind of an idea that I will start learning and rectifying all the subjects now. You have developed that critical thinking more than the content that is important to clear that exam. With that, we'll end the session. From 7:30, we will start on Saturday, and we will continue till uh, whenever, whatever time it takes to clear all your doubts. That is when we'll keep it open ended. Mostly by 12, we should 11:30 or 12, we should be able to complete the portion of all this along with the doubt clearing. But if some of you have the doubts which require a greater amount of time, I'm absolutely free and available and inclined to give you more time in that also. Okay. Sejal, today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Sejal. Wish you a happy year coming ahead. And right. So again, I would stress, why not 6 to 6:30? Because Dikshit, last Saturday when we had that session, many of them had that grievance. So that is why we'll keep it at 7:30. Don't worry. It will be comprehensible. So that is where we end the session here today, and we meet again. And for those with whom we don't meet again, uh, an adieu from my side. All the best. Just ensure that you stick to the basics. Revision is the key. Do revise as many times as possible. On Saturday, when we meet, I will also be telling you about the strategy, how to revise, how to carry forward that revision. We will talk about it on Saturday also. Okay. So, my mail ID, you have my mail ID. Do get in touch if you have any of the doubts which lingers, any of the issues about preparation. You have my mail ID. Aditya, absolutely yes. We can make it possible. Payal, contact me on the mail and we'll get in touch. Okay. So thank you guys for being so very patient for around a month and a half almost. And till we meet again, do take care of yourself. Goodbye. And let's see if we have any doubts. As of now, I don't see any of the lingering doubts. Okay. So, anyways, if the doubts do persist, do feel free to get in touch and we'll meet again on Saturday. Thank you. Goodbye.